Medea, Medea, that's
old
my
sword
voice.
thing here.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we are back with episode 117.
Yes, welcome back to another wonderful session of the Black Aurora. Last we left off with this group, you guys were in pitched combat against a very dire threat. After enacting this plan to extract Galisay, one of the Unicorn Knights, out of Gardas, you were tricked, had to teleport around a bit, and ended up into a combat with a few resources already spent, saving Naren and Avosi, who had been fighting for the better part of a minute, 10 rounds off screen, expending all their spell slots, and were in battle against Galisay, or who seemed to be Galisay, who controlled these merc monsters. The battle started off pretty well. You guys dove in, took out a lot of them right away, and then Lady Ayuna, another of the Unicorn Knights, came to aid Galisay, who, when she arrived, it looked pretty bad. You guys were all surrounding her on the ground, unconscious. It didn't look great. So she, in a moment of panic, grabbed hold of her holy symbol and called out to Invilis. And because it always works for me for some reason in moments of dramatic tension, divine intervention succeeded on a roll of 7, and she conjured forth an Angel of Decay. The second time divine intervention has done that this campaign. The first time was 76 sessions ago. And last time it took the life of Pyzane, forced Peria to retreat to the Order, or be caught by the Order essentially, and caused Q to create a lasting quest line through a wish. It was a dramatic incident. This time was not much different. It was still very dramatic and very scary. You guys threw yourselves at this thing with the force of 1,000 suns. Everything you had, including Violet, the reincarnation of Q, and Pyzane, who no longer has an aura and can fight decay monsters, kind of having a little redemption moment going against this angel toe to toe, and they were the only reason you guys survived, because they took the forefront of this thing's attention, with Violet activating her new True Violet aura, allowing her to sustain heavy amounts of decay that would have killed any of you a long time ago. Even so, you learned pretty quickly that even if you're immune to decay, it can still kill you pretty easily if it wants, doing buttloads of damage. With a very frustrating aura effect, you guys were harried into a very tense combat, especially when you finally did down Galisay to find that it is apparently a changeling, some sort of shapeshifter that was affected by the Moonbeam spell, which specifically harms shape changers more, and seemed to revert to various forms they've used over time, including one Elias Cordial, and was kind of your only nod that maybe this is where Elias has been all this time, and that maybe he's been a spy the whole time for the Order, as an actual exarch of the Order, who then revealed themselves to be a horrible, horrible monster when they died, as exarchs do, puppeteering horrible monstrosities as they do. You then went into battle against the exarch and the angel together. Things got dire. You managed to get out without Orlith being touched once, which is very impressive because you have no idea if she's resilient or not. A unit did get murked. You didn't really stick around long enough to see if she's going to just fade away into dust or if she is resilient. Hard to say. But as the battle progressed and things started to get worse and worse, eventually help did arrive in the form of the real Lady Galisay, showing up fresh off of her own battle against merc monsters elsewhere, pretty hurt, but loosing some of her special spectral stampeding arrows from her enchanted bow. She knocked the Exarch down a peg, joined the fight, and then in one fell swoop, Violet very impressively felled the Angel, followed immediately by the Exarch on the same turn, very satisfyingly. And with the combat ended and you guys recuperating as the adrenaline died down, you bid Lady Auna to come with you to see the light and see reason, and it was close. I did leave it to some rolls. There were very high DCs needed for this, but unfortunately she did turn away. Apparently also was a little hurt by some of the display between Mira and Galasay, and was very confused. But she did swear that she would try to set things right from the inside. So whether that's going to go well or not, you're not sure. Before she left, though, you did attempt a domination spell. Understandably, would have been fantastic if it worked, but the fact that it failed did mean that she unfortunately was even more pulled back from you guys and retreated and used her word of recall spell to teleport away. No big deal, because you did successfully get Galasay, though. One more Unicorn Knight down. I mean, at this point, there's not many Unicorn Knights left to be a threat. There's only, 3 out of 5 left? So, you guys used a portal through a tree, as you do nowadays all the time. Returned to Renati and reported... No, I'm sorry, you didn't report. You climbed aboard Comfort and dropped yourselves in front of the clinic because you guys had like a group total of like 300 decay or some shit. It was an absurd amount of decay. This was also after you guys emergency purified Violet, who was like double the maximum amount of decay you could have, and you managed to bring her just under her threshold before she dropped her form, through the thankful use of a little bit of white aura and the gauntlet, which hasn't really come up yet, but you did reveal that now to anyone who was there present. But it seems like maybe in the heat of combat, people weren't paying attention to that so much. Maybe you got away with that. But you arrived at the Sunflame Cathedral, had Ayn, Orlanasi, and Leviathan tending to your wounds and your decay, and attracted the attention of Lord Dior and Lady Filianor, who came and got the full report, met with Galasay, were a little disarmed by her personality for a bit, but did agree that, she seems willing to defect fully. And so she's cooperating and divulging all the top secret personal information she has, because, it might seem like it's unrealistic how many people are turning to your side, but when the side they were on is quite literally trying to destroy all of creation, it's not that hard of a sell once you get them out of the cult. So, you've also been choosing some of the more sane ones, at least. You haven't tried to turn an Exarch yet. That might not go so well. But,
yeah.
Leviathan was on the cusp. He was a Mercurial, so
Return
he
Peria.
was still... Peria was not...
No,
Never an Exarch.
She was an agent at best when she turned, and not even an apostle at that point. She turned early, thankfully. But that's fair. That's fair.
We think anyway. Maybe she's playing the long game here. I don't know.
I swear to you, that would be... Megan, let's talk. Maybe there's an angle there. Maybe this has all been one long con. I mean, yeah, that is what's been going on this whole time. Anyways, no,
That'd be great.
God, no, it would be...
No, just kidding.
Holy shit. The last session, you raise the gods, we're about to roll the credits, and Perry just turns and stabs Violet. And
Oh my
it's
god.
crits and sends her to the void. And it's like, it's like, what?
What
Anyways.
She made a deal with the guy
Yeah,
in
the
Zant.
emissary.
I don't know, emissary.
Yeah. But
Idiots.
as we have, we've wrapped up last session with you guys finding rest in your respective homes. You discussed what to do next, as you have a little bit of downtime. You have 10 days remaining as of like this morning, 10 days left. So that does include today, so there's technically like after today 9 days of rest left. Before your airship will be fully repaired and ready for use. At that point, you will then have 7 days before the ball and coronation ceremony that you are expected to attend, obviously. But knowing that the ship itself will be the fastest method of transportation you've ever had, barring teleportation, you're choosing to wait until the ship is ready and then maybe knock out a couple things before the ball in the week time, teleport back for the ball, and then after the ball's done, the world's your oyster. So, as of right now, we are picking back up the same day you guys have returned. I think, did we get a long rest? I don't remember if we long rested after that. I
Yes, we
think
I
did.
believe we did.
so.
We
This
leveled
is
up.
that's right. So this is the next morning. So let's say you are now at 9 days, technically speaking, before the ship is repaired. I will adjust the timer. So
So, before anything, holy
Yeah.
shit, that new reactor is awesome.
oh, I
Yes.
haven't even checked the stream. Yes, thank you for doing that.
Tis-
Yeah.
tis
So
nice.
for anyone who's watching, my reactive for a long time was Elias, the bard who was following the party, because it made sense. That was a great choice for a reactive based on what you knew.
Yeah.
Now upon learning that he was kind of an ass and was kind of, you also confirm with Leviathan that it probably is the case that he was assigned to watch you guys. Doesn't make a lot of sense unless you're just like choosing to use a dead villain for my face. So the reactive we're now using is an example of Aura Plate, the Aurora Elite armor I had commissioned by an artist. I don't know if we've shown that on stream yet, but that's
Maybe, I
also
don't
what
know.
I don't remember. But that's what Violet is having commissioned as well. So that's also kind of cool little thing there. Violet has that being made.
Yeah.
That does look nice. Thank you.
Mhm.
I like it. But yes, so we pick up in the morning after you guys have been purified, rested, and discussed everything. I have received some things from each of you which you would like to do during this period, but since it's kind of divided, everyone kind of wants to go to various parts of the world and do things. We're going to go day by day, and you guys can figure out how to divide out the teleportation and such, and because there's only one key, it can only be used once a day. So as we pick up this first of 9 days, who would like to go first? What would you like to do?
Well, I know for the thing that Carrie wants to do, I think we're actually need Darren's help because we're going to need the portal there and back.
No, we could. So if we go together, the three of us, Susail Squad, goes together. We open the key with the door, or either
Yeah.
Naren or the key. We opens it. The three of us go through, and then Orla can teleport the three of us
Yeah.
back.
If
That's
the twins are planning to leave today, Snaren will need to be involved at least in somewhat for one of you two, because you only have one key use.
And I
That's
don't think
willing to help.
Naren can get us to.
To
Lauren.
no, she has a tree near that because you guys went to Naren. So there was
Yeah.
the Stone of Tragedy was one of the
Oh,
Leyland focal
right.
points right near your home that you met her at before.
Right.
So she can get you guys a portal there. So I guess the simplest would be you all meet up. Peria opens a tree door to Calcifel, gives the key that's spent to Mira, and then the Susail trio goes through the tree, and then you guys go to Naren. She opens a one-way to Alarin, and then you have the key for the next day.
Yeah, because then we can use one
Whenever.
one of the palm trees in
Except
our town
In
to
Alarin
get
to
back
if you need
to here.
Yes. That'd
In
be
that
the
case,
easiest.
For the twins, is there going to be like some amount of travel to get where they need to go then?
A bit.
At least like a day of like from the Stone Tragedy to
Comfort.
the yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
well, give them
Yeah.
comfort to
Yes,
use.
that's
Yeah.
fair.
We will take comfort.
Because we're
Yeah, that
going to
sounds
be
good.
just doing our thing in the
Boop,
streets.
boop.
You know?
Yeah.
Stay
Probably,
local.
yeah. Yeah, and as soon as you're out of Calcifel, you're going to Susail, and you're staying in the Imperial Palace of Levatos, so you'll be fine.
I would like to go to the forge and try to get my shield upgraded.
Yes, you had mentioned
I would do that before. I would do that before we leave.
Okay.
Is
Um,
Paizen going with the twins?
What was that, AJ?
Is Paizen going with the twins?
Yes.
Yes, he's going
Okay.
with Medea, of course.
Violet would ask him if he's okay with it. She'll pay for it if he'd like. If she could have strikes Sunday stuff.
Oh, You don't have to pay me. That feels a little weird.
Mm.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to be talking to Strike much
And just
for
give
the
it back to
foreseeable
him
future.
later.
Yeah, so he
Well-
pulls out his Rolodex of
This
beads.
isn't like a final farewell or anything.
Yeah,
No,
this
it's just-
is not like when I left Gardas and we didn't see each other for like 4 months or whatever it was.
Yeah, that was a long
No,
time.
it's
Not great.
with what I'm trying to do. I figured having a sending stone to each of the clans probably would be, best.
You have sending stones to the rest of the clans?
I intend to be giving one to Quill
Oh,
and during the downtime, and then hopefully after a certain point, once I'm
I mean, I think the easiest method would be the ball when they're all in one place.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to
Okay.
be picking up some more sending stones here before we leave.
Yeah, there's probably somebody in the world who just mass produces these things. There's so many of them. And he's just going to hand you the one for Strike, so you can write down on your character sheet. You have that. Keep a note that it is on loan.
Yes.
One loan.
But essentially, so now she'll have one to Strike, she has one to Orlith, and when she gives the one to Quill.
Okay. Yep. All right. Okay. So, regardless of whether or not... What?
I said the night before I would have messaged Vivian and said which dead drop we were going to.
Oh.
Because I had 2 level 3 slots left.
Okay.
So,
Pretty much. Okay, yeah. She's heading off her.
I can hear you.
Regardless... Oh, okay, great. Regardless of what the twins are doing on the first day,
Mhm.
it sounds like everyone's going to meet up and do the tree to Calcifel and then hand the key off to the twins. So we can at least do that. And then if you guys leave the same day, you'll have to go find Naren, or you can wait a day and use the tree something or other then. But as far as where to go in Calcifel, Vivian would say probably Bartoon's Rest would probably be the easiest and safest dead drop location because it's
Yeah.
an orphanage town.
That's what I was thinking anyways.
Yeah. So, okay. All right. I guess. So, for the twins, do you guys want to do anything in town? You said, Medea, you wanted to go to the forge and do that. I think that's fine. I think I sent you a price before.
Mhm. Yeah, I'll expend that. I'm not
Okay.
gonna try to barter or anything.
Yeah, it is a bit of a rush job, so
Yeah.
we'll say. Do you give me a persuasion? I did give you a range. Give me a persuasion check to see if I can
Okay.
give you the lower end of that range
Sure.
or not.
My
Because he's a
persuasion
little
is
busy
bad.
as well.
Yeah, I know
There's
you're
other
very
forges
busy.
there. There's other blacksmiths there, but 13.
There's only
Um,
one Cariel.
There's only one Carl.
That's true. There's only one Carl.
Mm.
In
Carl
this
knocked
entire,
that down
in
a bit
all of
to like a
Elcast,
10
there is one
persuasion.
Carl.
Only one.
Cariel.
Only one.
We're gonna say it's 4,000. It's the highest end of the range.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
he's basically at the reason it's so much for the short
Mhm.
order is because he's gonna have to say no to other clients to finish
Right.
this and
Right.
what he's already working on.
I
So
know.
but he will so at the end of those 9 days you will have a +2 buckler.
Yay. Okay.
Nice.
Okay. I have that much left.
Yep. Good thing you guys got
Okay.
that money.
Microwave.
You guys spend it, understandably.
Yep.
And
Yep.
it's
Can't take a
200.
picture.
It's 200 for a pair of sending stones, right?
The price probably fluctuates place to place, but yeah, that's the general price. It's still a lot of money for most people. 200 gold is a small
Yeah.
fortune.
Mhm.
But you
I
can
But not
easily
bad.
afford
who
that.
cares?
I think next campaign after the 100-year time skip, I'm just gonna have them be like candy. Everyone has a sending stone. Like, what's your model of sending stone? I've got the eye stone 14. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
What's
it's gonna be at that point. It's gotta
Yes.
be.
Has to be.
Communication
smart
across the world is like
SE.
one of the things that promotes society forward, so it like makes
Mhm.
sense. But
Mhm.
Actually,
anyways,
didn't we have that in the previous campaign,
You-
the Smart Stone?
you did, but it was the traveler technology, and it was only working in certain reasons for the pleroma presence and all the vestment stuff. It's a whole thing. things went backwards a little bit when that whole thing ended.
And
Right.
viewers like, oh, an actual phone. What is this?
Yeah, what
Yeah.
the fuck is this?
What is this?
Yeah, the loss of the sovereigns was actually a big hit to the technological
Mm.
power of but better hit for morality's sake.
Mm.
All right. So, Will, I guess, Mira, is there anything you wanted to accomplish before leaving in the Renati?
Nothing in particular before heading there to
Are you
Mother.
bringing Galisay?
No,
Why
because
not?
I'll get in trouble by
Oh,
Dior.
right. Yeah, right.
I can't exactly look.
A
Yeah.
little soon.
It's
a
a little.
little-
Don't leave yet.
It's a little soon. The
Few hours.
next day is a little soon.
A little soon to be sneaking her away without permission.
I think it's
You have to wait a
always
few
too
weeks
soon to do
first.
that.
I don't know about that voice in the sky.
You've ignored your conscience for too long. You can't keep me up forever.
I think 9 or 10 days is a
Arrows.
good amount of time to sneak somebody out.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Good grief.
But we'll cross that bridge later.
Yeah, we'll burn
Cross
that
the
bridge when we get
in
to it.
10
Yeah.
days.
Yep.
All right. So to, I guess, start. We'll start with the Susail squad. Because you have a very clear idea of what you want to do for the first day, and then you'll be to Susail, where you kind of just establish for the next 8 days. Okay.
Well, there's something that wants to do once we're at sale. We
I
can
know.
get to that.
I know, but my point is like this is kind of like transition to what you want to do for 9 days.
Right.
So,
And we'll need Perry, so.
we'll get to that. Yep.
Word.
But as you guys all gather together in the morning, Peria confirms the location of the dead drop in Calcifel. You use the Dryad's key. I'm gonna say, I mean, I think you could easily scry
I say
on
I
a
can
tree there.
scry. Yeah. I was thinking the ascent. Remember there was like like a set of stairs behind the church that we had to like
Yes.
go up for some reason, and I don't.
You
remember
went there to
why.
fight a Behir
That's right. Okay.
on the mountain a long time
If-
ago.
I would probably pick like the foot of the stairs and scry around that area, and then pick a
Okay.
tree that was
Okay.
big.
I'm not even gonna have you like need to do any kind of. I mean, there's no roll for you. Don't roll for scry. It's just It's a location. I believe we did determine you can do a location.
Yeah.
You've seen before. Yes, you've done that before.
Mhm.
Easy. Just expend the spell slot, and
Yep.
then you have tree in Bartoon's Rest. I think that's also a good spot because it is away from any kind of like
Right.
prying eyes,
People?
potentially secluded enough. Okay. I will then copy these 3 over, and you guys meet up in the morning. Use the key, pass it over to the twins, and basically bid farewell for 9 days, 10 days.
See you
ish.
guys later.
Be safe.
Enjoy your
Yep.
relaxation
Yeah.
time.
Be safe.
Yes. You guys
Good
have
luck,
fun.
Kaise.
I feel like I'm shirking my
It's like, what
duties.
do you mean by that?
Gotta go bye.
He's like, wait a minute, what?
As you run through, yeah, or like puts her hand up to Pies is passing. He's like, "I'm so sorry." It's like,
She doesn't even know. She's just messing.
pretty much.
Yes.
Poor guy.
All right, as the
Our
3
mom
of
is
them
awesome.
disappear.
100%.
Let me pull up a map I haven't looked at in a very, very long. The Calcifel map folder has not been touched in so
Years?
long.
Like a year at least.
Multiple years.
Cobwebs.
Or probably when we did the first one shot.
Technically, this map of Calcifel isn't even accurate anymore because it's not showing the state of war
Yeah.
Mm.
has affected things. Oh my gosh, do I not even have a Bartoon's Rest map?
You
I
do.
thought I did. Where is it?
I don't know.
Hmm.
Oh, I
You
might
do
have
have a way to
deleted
organize
it.
those now, right?
I do. Hold on a moment. I might just have to quickly make a map back up. I should have it in the roll 20. Let me take a look.
I don't remember if you
Martins.
had like a
Is
city
that what you're,
map, like
is
a
that
high
what
level
you're
city map. I don't
talking
think
about?
you did.
She has no
I think
idea
it's
this was
used
made of her.
I think it was
She doesn't
Theater of the
know this
Mind.
exists in
Yeah.
this
Pretty much.
world.
Continent map.
Huh.
And
All
then
right.
you
I
had
could
the
have
battle
sworn I
map
did, but
for when we
yeah,
fought
that
in
would be
the...
it.
Yeah.
So then we're just gonna go over to Calcifel,
Woo!
a kingdom we have not seen in a very, very long time.
It has been a hot
Yeah.
year.
Oh my
Very
gosh,
hot
grab
year.
the party token real quick.
Oh man, the Calciphilian forest. Where's the rest of the burntness?
No, it's there.
No,
there.
it's
Burned
there.
down.
This is the
It's
blackened
burnt.
There.
spot.
Oh, it's just that.
It's
I
a
thought
good.
it was more
It's a
than
good
damage than
fifth of the
that.
forest. It's a good
Yeah, it's
fifth
good.
of the forest. That's,
Yeah, we did
Okay.
good.
it
Yeah.
doesn't look like a lot. That forest is bigger than some cities.
Yeah.
That's a lot of area that's burned down. You guys left your mark. Don't worry.
It is, Mira.
Oh,
I agree.
that's a big
Our
party.
scorching mark.
So technically half the party. This is Susail party, as
It
you
was
guys are.
Booyah, okay.
God.
Yeah, it was technically Booyah.
Booyah.
Yeah.
It was a
Well,
magical goblin
I
that
mean,
burned down the forest.
Peterman didn't help by chasing him through the forest.
Yeah,
Well,
but
wild
listen,
magic.
things happened. It was wild magic. It was literally the one roll that says everything he touches for a minute ignites on fire, and he was in a forest. Come on, it wasn't really your fault.
He literally ran
maybe.
with his arms like this, just being like, "Okay."
He was just running,
I'm
like trees and branches and bramble, and it's fire. And it's, yeah,
gonna make sure I touch everything.
yeah.
Must.
He ran out of his way to run up against trees. No. All right. So as this tree portal opens, you step through, and technically speaking, I think it's closer to near end of fall or winter in this part of Calcifel, as we are roughly around that time. We're nearing the Charitas time of the year, actually,
Mhm.
hilariously.
All right.
Again.
Yay.
So there is like a cold, brisk breeze, as Bartoon's Rest is also an elevated position. It's like at the base of a mountain, at the very north point of Calcifel. As you step through, the first thing you notice that's a bit different is more walls than you remember, more fortification to the walls. Those like large, I don't know specific wording for them, but like the big like pointed spikes that stick out defensively from the base of the wall at an angle, as if like to catch bodies or mounts trying to get across. This is, as far as you know, an orphanage town. Bartoon's Rest being the place that a lot of the orphans of the previous war came from. It looks like it's been fortified a bit to a pseudo fortress in some ways. There are a lot of remnants you see past the church of tents, some of them still up, a lot of them taken down. It looks on first glance like this place may have become some form of like a war camp for soldiers in the northern part of Calcifel, as you do know not far across Mount Castel was Fort Claimed, the base of operations for Bardast's forces in Calcifel. This place had seen some combat. You see, as you guys step out of the portal, Orlith kind of like, she has like a small cloak. She kind of like wraps around herself. Ooh. I've never really cared for Calcifel too much. I don't know why. There's something about this place that always perturbed me a bit. Doesn't have the same warmth, literally or figuratively, of Susail.
To be honest, I knew very little about it, so.
Oh my god, is this the first time Violet/Q has ever been to Calcifel?
Yep.
Oh my god, it is!
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Here's an orphanage.
Yeah.
Help the kids.
This is where lots of bad things happen.
You also would note that the church is heavily damaged, and the orphanage also seems to be recovering from a fire that happened at one point or another.
Lots of
It's
bad things.
It's This place has been. This place is also the site of the first apostle battle
Yep.
in the
Yeah.
campaign.
Yep.
Oh,
Where
and
you fought a lot.
Harry,
Lots of bad
please
things.
get whatever you came to get. I'd like to be here as little as possible.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. From where we are, I don't know where the dead drop is. How far away is it?
The dead drop would probably be at like the back end of the church, so it's like
Oh,
out
great.
of eye shot, and
Picked
it's
a good
related
spot.
to the church, as the order likes to do the funny little thing
The
of like,
church,
haha,
yeah.
it's the church. Huh? We're
Yeah.
the Order of Phyllis. So you're actually quite close to the dead drop.
Oh.
You probably don't even have to actually enter Bartoon's Rest proper to get to the dead drop. It's a good location.
Mike but was summoned here in his normal form before coming here.
Okay, good to know. Yep, he's back.
From the dead.
Yeah. As you approach the church, you do find there is like this one the edge of the bottom where the church meets the ground has like a ring of like it's set on a foundation of stone, of a cobblestone, and there is one stone that is pretty much mostly like mossed over, but you can see just under one edge of the moss is the corner as like the part of the Star of Invilis etched into it, and you know immediately you pull that stone away and there's a hole that it immediately looks like just black, and you have to like reach like elbow length in, and you find a small package. Yeah, something bites you, pulls you in. No,
I lost my arm.
use your arm. You come to elbow, nothing else. You pull out a small wrapped package, which has pretty much no distinguishing features of like who it's for necessarily. You know, this is common in case anyone were to stumble upon it. The message inside is also written in illusory script, so only the recipient can read it. But as you open it up, you do find two things. You find a small stone, familiar looking. You see it has a V carved into it to kind of discern it from others. And there's also an amulet next to it wrapped around that has like the image of almost like a closed eye as the medallion. And there's a small note that says, written in illusory script, Agent, this has been assigned to you per Exarch V's order. You are to use this only for official communications between yourself and the Order. Attune to the amulet when you need privacy. May the light of Invilis be upon you. It's very much an official, like whoever left this here thinks that they're leaving it to like a new agent of the Order, but you're taking it.
I'll write back the like normal response
Yes.
in illusory script. And
Sure.
put it. Yeah.
And you put it back in. So for reference, you can add to your inventory a amulet of it's a long ass name. Amulet of proof against detection and location. This is an official 5e item.
Amulets against.
I'll
already.
just-
Thank you. I
What
just
is called an amulet of non-detection?
No.
No.
That would be stupid.
there's more
This
things.
is 5e had to make it really long.
Official.
It is a wondrous item, uncommon, does require attunement to functions. This is something you would attune to when you use like the sending stone, or you could just attune to it all the time if you want.
Yeah.
While wearing this, I'll just also link you the page. This is the official page for it. But while wearing this amulet, you are hidden from divination magic. You cannot be targeted by such magic or perceived through magical scrying sensors. So even if someone else is the target of a scry, if you happen to be in the view of it while wearing this, you will just be a blur.
Nice.
John Cena.
And of course, the sending stone is attuned to Vivian's.
Exarch V.
Exarch V.
Cool. Noted.
All right.
Alright, let's get out of here.
Yeah. Very well. And you hold hands. And Orlith casts teleport with 100% accuracy to her home, as she has many things that tie her there. So, goodbye, Calcifer. We'll never see you again.
No, we'll see you again, I'm sure.
We still have,
It's on the ground before
Boris
she
to take
leaves.
care of for the one beast.
I don't know what you're talking
It's
about.
done
Oh my
at
god.
this point.
though. Not everyone's here.
I haven't forgotten about it.
No,
I-
neither has Violet.
I don't even remember what you're talking about.
Very fitting.
Fine.
There we go.
Medea
nothing
and
good.
Becky are like, okay, whatever.
Just point me a direction I hit.
Yes. It's
So,
very simple, and I like it.
As you guys teleport away from Barteen's Rest, you reappear in Orlith's chambers at the top of the. You don't have to walk up the steps, basically. She's just taking you right to her personal chambers. As soon as she appears, she adjusts herself, goes to her door, and like knocks twice on her own door from the inside, and then the door opens and goes, "Ma'am," it's like, "Just wanted to let you know we're back." And it's like, "Very good," and it closes the door. One time I opened the door after teleporting into my home, and I nearly frightened one of the guards to death.
Oh, okay.
I've also almost been assailed by my own guards, thinking that I was an intruder. So I've
Oh.
learned to be subtle.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair,
They're doing their job.
They're doing a great job.
plus the Crimson is normally known for their excessive magic use.
No, I
Not
definitely have
yet.
introduced some changes to things, and it was difficult at first. Trust me, we had some incidents. But, welcome home. So,
Thanks.
we now have all the time in the world for the next week and a half or so. Whatever you'd like to accomplish, I will be happy to help. But let's have some breakfast first, shall we?
Yeah.
Okay, so, cutting back from that real quick. Back to, this is going to be a lot of this session. A lot of back and forth. We split the party.
Yep.
It's intentional.
Yep.
It's happening. So, back in New Renati, it's been not even an hour. We continue with, you guys are at the tree. The key has been handed off. Paisan's freaking out over something, and the Susail crew has gone through the tree. What would you guys like to do with your day?
Alright,
Well-
well, I need to go visit Mom, so...
Are we doing that right now?
Well, now's better than... May as well get it done.
Why? Well, all right.
Well,
I'll be coming with you, so.
Calise will be
We are?
fine.
Yes.
Oh.
I assumed you were coming,
Oh.
Paisan.
I mean, you
He
said
gets
that.
1,000 yard stairs, like, I understand everything now, very clear. Oh, that makes so much sense.
What the?
Nothing, never mind. It'll be
Oh.
fine. I'm a warrior, I can handle it.
I mean, you're not gonna be fighting anything.
Oh, I disagree. Different type of battle. But it'll be great.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get to see where I grew up.
Yes, especially since you've already
said
seen
that
where I
you
grew up.
want to.
I do. I really do. I'd love to. I'm so excited. Let's go.
Alright.
Hey, you guys will need the help of Naren if you're leaving the same day.
Yeah. I feel like
Um,
we're using her a lot.
You just saved her
Sorry,
life. I think it's
Naren.
okay.
Yeah, after leaving.
Yeah, but I mean, we were also the reason her life was put in danger in the
Listen.
first place.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. That's valid.
Are we just gonna like...
So,
Mhm.
you guys,
Still
what do you
go
do?
with her.
Yeah. Let's go see Naren and ask her...
Say, well, the tree's expended.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay. You guys head over to City Hall where you know she is. Galisay, by the way, probably comes with you. She's like, oh, I'm due for my second interview with Lord Dior. He asks some really tough questions. But, you know, I'm
for
sure
that.
this is all standard. You're sure he's not going to put me in like a jail cell or anything, right?
I
As long as you
am
cooperate,
90%
I would
sure
assume
he
not.
will not put you in a jail cell.
Works for me.
Handing over those arrows was a good help.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
I'm glad that I did then. So what's the plan after my interview today? I don't really know anything to do in town. I also don't know how long this is going to take. It was kind of extensive last night.
Well, I mean,
We could ask Dior at the
I
very least.
doubt he's going to.
I know, but
He-
he
he-
is kind of flexible when it comes to things like this.
I doubt. Let me go talk to him. You go find Naren. I'll be there shortly.
All right, we'll wait for you.
Thank you.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So Medea and Paising go off to find Naren, and
Yeah.
Mira heads over to find Dior. Medea, as you walk down the hallway towards Naren's room, her door is closed with a sign that says "Please knock before entering." And you knock on the door, and you hear, "Oh, just a minute, 1 second. I have to shelf this real quick. Potion making is so volatile." And you hear like a thud and then like a couple of footsteps and then the door opens and you see Naren has like a large like a brown almost like bark like apron on of some sorts and some like long it's like a facsimile of like industrial gear but it's all natural and
Nice, interesting.
sorry. I am in the process of trying some very experimental potion making. But how can I help?
I'm sorry about you when you were busy.
No. It's fine.
Do
I
you?
can't go fight
Mhm.
demons again today. If
Oh
that's
no
what
no
this is
no no
about,
no
though.
no no! It's not.
Okay.
We actually want to go back to the Alaran Oasis to see me and my sister and
To go
Tyson.
home, of course, of course.
We don't have a way to do that because Peria and Violet kind of used the tree already.
I see.
Is it possible? Do you have the
That's
slots
easy.
to
That
do it?
takes seconds. I have a tree there. You will be meeting with. Oh God, is who is the one that's like it's Ambrose?
Maybe Ambrose.
Let me double check. Ambrose. Ambrose is the Wild Hunt shifter druid of the dunes, the Alaran dunes. Ambrose is the druid assigned to that exact area. So I will get in touch with them and figure out when's a good time. Hold on just a moment, please.
Okay.
And as you're doing that, she's like sending a
Mhm.
message. Mira,
Yep.
you head over. How do you approach this?
Just, knock politely.
See, Galisay's like down in like the waiting room area, like the
Yeah.
lobby area, like waiting to be escorted up to her interview.
Yeah.
As you knock, you hear, is she here? Good, bring her in."
Not quite.
You just gonna freak the door open. Mira. Oh.
I had a question before her interview. I know that you're expecting Galasay. I'll kind of
It's
come in
fine.
and shut the door behind
Yeah.
me. So,
Yes.
assuming today's interview goes well, how strict is she to be kept in the city?
Mira's like smiling.
An immediate sigh. He's got his hands in front of him on the desk.
Mm-hmm. He's the one that's sighing.
Well, we are still in the process of vetting her intentions. I understand you have personal investment in this, and I believe so far that she's being genuine. Truth be told, she has been disarmingly upfront about many things, to the point where it's caused me to scrutinize if any of it's somehow a trap or a trick, but I think she's genuinely just being forward with everything. So that's good. But we kept Leviathan under strict watch for about a month before we even allowed him to walk the streets by himself.
Right. So one day is definitely too soon. Got it. All right.
However, if I had more details on what you're planning and could you explain maybe a bit more about what you're? Because I can't authorize her to go into combat at this time. I would be the chances of her turning on you are too low. But if it's a, if it's something, I don't know how to say this delicately. If you're looking to do something a bit more personal with her, we can easily have her disarmed, and perhaps an escort can be assigned.
She just gets red in the face and she's like, nope, never mind, and just walks away.
Works
Okay.
every time. He goes back to his fingers.
He was just smiling to himself. Got it.
Maybe she can work with the Aurora Guardians while you guys are away.
You're not here.
Stop it, second voice in the sky.
Walking back down the hall. It seems like you'll have to God, it's almost kind of like house arrest for a little bit until you've been here for a while.
Okay, no, that makes sense. I get it. I mean, it's nicer than what we'd do. In Gardas, we'd just throw you in a prison cell and.
I
don't know
know.
what the order
It was in there.
Yeah, you were. It's actually where we met. That's right.
Oh, it
Gosh.
is. Oh man.
Oh, how
well.
things
Fond
change.
memory.
Like now, I'm the one in prison, but it's way nicer than when you were.
Mm,
It's so weird.
right.
It's fine. It's okay. I get it. I know that. I know that a lot of times I don't really seem like I get it, but I do. I know what's going on here. I know that this is serious, and I'm trying to cooperate so that he learns to trust me, like you apparently have, which I really appreciate.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna look forward to that ball, and think about that, because that sounds really fun, and maybe that'll be a good time for me to prove something. I don't know, that I can walk out on my own without committing a crime.
That is.
I mean, if it helps, it's not like I was like an assassin or something. I was a unicorn knight. We kept the order, we kept the peace. So hopefully he can see that and knows that I'm not, like a criminal or anything.
What you joined into was not always what they turned it into. And I know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
It was twisted to be, your whole group were twisted to be used for those things
weren't-
you
I mean-
saw.
Yeah, and I mean, we weren't even always associated with the order. Like
No.
that all started like decades ago. We used to be completely separate. The order wasn't even like anything before, I don't know, something happened. They were just like a weird group of monks who lived up in a monastery. And then one day suddenly they're in with the king and making a lot of rules, and I don't know. It was weird. None of us have really felt right about it, but 20 years go by and you kind of start just accepting it, I guess.
Yeah.
Anyways, sorry. I gotta go tell all of this to the guy who can give me the leave to go, so let me go
Right.
do that.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Crosses her mind. 'Cause the whole 20 years goes by just like that. I know she's an elf and it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
How old is she?
Give me a perception check.
14.
14? Adolescent, like adult, like early, like maybe
Okay.
100 plus.
Okay.
She's not in her second century yet.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah. For you as an Eladrin know how
Yeah.
elves age.
Yeah.
When I say she's a young adult, I mean she's crossed her first century already.
Yeah. Young adult for an elf.
Very different word. meaning.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
doesn't look like she's 20. That's a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're at like 130.
Yeah, you're
As-
older than her. I'll say that. You
Yeah.
are older than her.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
like
All right. Just
130 or
curious.
something.
Yeah. It's a good question. It never really came up.
No, it didn't. All
You
right.
guys don't even know how old Toloko is.
No, we don't.
Elves are weird
Yeah.
in that way.
All right. I might be out of town for at least a day or two. We're going to visit my mother. Not a witch. Sorry. Pirate like yours.
Oh.
She owns a spa. Maybe
Oh,
one.
wow. That
Maybe
sounds really nice.
one day I can take you there.
Yeah,
But,
that would be nice.
I just think
Take there now.
looking back towards like Dior's door, it's a bit too soon.
Yeah, no, that's I have to kind of Ayuna always said I have something called impulse control. I don't problems or whatever. I don't know what that means, but I
love
think I need to make sure everything's good here because I really do want to just come with you now that you said that because the spa sounds really nice. But I also don't want to ruin what could be a good thing here. So I'm going to go and do my interview and stay out of prison. And you're going to go and come back and then we're going to spend some time together.
All right. I will see you later.
Okay.
All right.
Aw.
Bye.
Poor baby.
Bye.
Poor baby.
She's kind of awkwardly
There's
apart.
no
Yeah.
kiss, no kisses on the cheek, no nothing. This is bullshit.
Not there yet. Not there
I
yet.
need my romance.
Listen.
I'm gonna make you wait, like you fucking made me wait.
Galisay and Mira are still in the early flirtatious days. They're still like feeling this out, okay? You and Paisane, it was like 40 sessions.
Yeah, you know how long we had to wait for you and Paisane to fucking kiss? I don't want to
takes a
hear
bit.
it.
It takes a bit.
I did
Anyways.
believe my comic.
I also need to figure out what her and Ayuna were.
Yeah, that's a good question, because that still hasn't been resolved yet.
Like, I don't know what they are to each other.
No. Yeah.
That topic needs to be approached at some point. So I find my sister.
Mira's gonna be like the really like possessive type. Be like, what'd you do with her?
Yeah.
Anything?
God.
No. She touched her arrows. Did you use her arrows? No. You guys meet up, and Naren finishes her communication. Just as Mira's arriving, Naren turns and goes, "Okay, Ambrose can. There's no actual tree at the Stone of Tragedy, but Ambrose is situated there to watch over the ley line. They are going to create a tree temporarily, and I know the location of it, so I'll be able to open it there. When you need to come back, let me know, or if you have the key, I'm sure there's something in Nalaran that will suffice. Even though it's a desert, I think the oasis will have some form of
They have
vegetation.
palm.
Yes, they do have palm
That
trees.
should work. Yes, that should work. All right, let's go find a tree then. Oh, and just wanted to let you know, Mira. She points over towards. You see, there's like there's the big cauldron that she was stirring for like a mat. She's like mass making healing potions.
Yeah.
Kind of like similar to the one in the Aurora Guardians HQ. There's also a smaller one. You see is far more ornate. Is actually made of like some sort of polished brass or bronze, and has runes etched into the side, and is covered in what looks like flowering vines around the outside that are faintly glimmering, and the top of the cauldron is covered a bit. There is just this energy kind of seemingly coming off of it. I am currently in the process of trying to figure out something to do with those ingredients you gave me, and I will tell you, I am very hopeful. I think whatever this is will be something incredible. So.
It is good. You've now seen firsthand the kind of things we get ourselves into.
Yes, I have, and it has given me motivation. So I should have that done in about a week, I think. To give it time to stew, and hopefully... quick question. Do you know how to get more of these feathers? Or
That is not possible. I believe the creature that we got it from is now stone.
That is a problem. then I will do my best with what I have to make something lasting, since we can't really do this again.
Nope, it's a one-time thing.
Could have told me that
Then
sooner. No.
that helps.
Do you
Alright.
need any money for ingredients or anything?
You know, I think I'm actually good. I'm using a few things from. I was inspecting the feathers with she gestures to, you see Bartoon's crook in the corner, kind of nestled. It has some very, very potent life magic attached to it. I think I have some things on me that will pair well. There's an old recipe in my mother's notes that I am trying to recreate and perhaps perfect.
All right.
So I'll cover this. If anything, this is more of an experiment for me.
Okay.
Very well. Tree time.
Yes.
I feel like
Three.
I feel like I've
Hooray.
opened more tree portals in the last year than in my entire life. You guys walk outside and find any tree. This place, you got tons of them on the map. And you see she like stops for a moment and waits until you feel like maybe she gets a sending or a message of some sort. Very well. Are you all ready?
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything I want to do?
Paisane, you ready?
Paisane's like, yeah, very ready.
I guess Medea's gonna pull out like 5 gold and be like, Naren, you're always doing this for us. At least I should at least pay you or something. I feel bad.
I'm going to take this as a very sincere compliment. Thank you, and takes the money.
It's only 5, but it's
No,
something, right?
I don't really use much money, to be entirely fair, so this is plenty for me. I'll buy myself a nice meal. Thank you. No more mushrooms tomorrow. It's like, I'm buying food. You guys stand as she opens the tree. You see as the arch appears. The landscape immediately past is desolate and rocky and craggy. As you know, the Stone of Tragedy is aptly named not a very happy place. It's more of a memoriam for those who were lost in the Great Tragedy. And you do see standing a bit apart is the form of like the heavily cloaked, like hood up with like a scarf over of Ambrose, who just kind of waves a bit. And you guys pass through, and the tree closes. And Team Dane are sent away over to the Dane Republic. Another map we haven't been to in a bit.
A very long time.
Yeah.
Yes.
If the timing was right, you both were almost on the same continental mass for a bit, actually, of all teams, because Calcifer's attached to Dane.
Hmm.
Speaking of,
I know they're connected, but I've always viewed them as separate.
they do as well. They're connected by like what is it? It's a peninsula or like an inlet or whatever. I don't know what the certain word.
I don't know, like
There's a
strip
certain
of-
word for a narrow bit of land surrounded by water on both sides that I'm not remembering, but
Canal.
yes. You guys are
Yay! Home.
their party is not in Valertana. That was
Home.
where they were before. You guys are up
Yes.
over at the Stone of Tragedy.
I'm famous around there.
Yeah, low fat team.
Mhm.
Love that name. Love that name so much. Clothing French Wolf team. As you guys pass through, Ambrose gestures and is like, all right, will you need this tree for later, or can I go?
No, you can go and I'll pull out comfort.
Okay. And they just like see they like run a finger down the tree and it turns back into what looks like a small seed and kind of pocket it. Best of luck. And they just sort of
Thank you. Wait.
vanish.
Oh,
They vanish into like a spray of sand and just are gone.
I was going to pay you. Okay.
We don't use money. It's money is a construct of social society.
Mm.
Okay.
All
You
right.
guys, Paisane steps out. He's like, this is your home. This is
Oh no, not
No,
here.
no. We have to go into the desert. It's like
We have to walk a
Bardest.
little
You'll love it.
Oh yeah, that's right. You live in a desert too. Fuck yeah. Anyways, right. Feel a little bit better about that actually. It's like home team advantage.
What do you mean?
Uh.
We're not fighting anybody.
Again, agree to disagree.
Can Medea do an insight?
Sure,
Please?
sure.
Because knowing her, she's kind of a little dense when it comes
It's
to
fine,
that kind
it's
of
fine.
stuff. Okay,
15?
15. He might
I
be
don't
a
know. I
little
mean, yeah,
nervous.
it seems
Meet my
a little bit.
family.
Paisane seems like he's ready. Yeah, Mira. You're
No.
distracted by
You should an
Galaxy
opposite.
stuff.
Yeah. Too busy thinking of
Medea-
other things.
Yeah, it seems like Paisane. You probably take it as he's a little nervous to meet the family. Definitely.
I'll hold his hand and be like, "It's all right. You're with me."
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
Just don't like start making out while we're on this cloud or anything.
Nope.
No,
It's fine.
it's
It's okay.
fine.
It's fine.
I want to, but
So,
it's okay.
tell me about your mom before I meet her.
Oh, great, I just realized. I'm gonna drive. I'm the third fucking wheel.
Actually, you're the driver of the wheel.
Oh, chauffeur, take us away.
There's no wheels.
So we can make out in the back.
Oh my god.
Yay! Great.
How long does silence last?
I was like, you can just cast silence.
Oh,
Wait,
cool.
he
It's
asked
up to
about
10
our
minutes.
mother.
Excellent.
Wait, he asked about our mother. What did you silence him?
That's
Go
funny.
ahead.
So, yeah, as
Which-
you guys start to take off,
Mm-hmm.
as you guys start to take off in the air, Medea, you catch Paisane up on the bullet points
Elionea.
of Elonea.
Elonea, yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So she runs the spa. She's very
Mhm.
business oriented.
Mhm.
She's very beautiful. Doesn't
Kind of
surprise
a
me.
control freak. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yep. Got it.
Yep.
See, I've never really met, like, or done this. Never met someone's parents like this, so I don't really know how to. Should I like show off or something? Am I supposed to like? I mean, in Bardes, it would be like I would defeat someone in the ring to show my strength, and I don't know if that's going to be really applicable here.
It
Not
is.
really.
Well,
You just show up and I say who you are and I say, yeah, this is Paisane.
Yeah,
And
I am
it's
Paisane.
not that hard. It's not.
No.
Okay, yeah. No, this will be.
In Simlish.
Oh,
In Twin Speak, yes.
yeah.
Sister, are you going to tell him about,
Oh.
father?
Not. Absolutely not. No. He doesn't need to know that.
Alright.
I need you to understand that I don't know what you're saying, but I know you well enough to know you're talking about me somehow. It's not subtle anymore. Should I be worried about something?
No, it's just, when I left, my mom was kind of.
It is just girl talk, Paisane. Nothing you need to know about.
Shit. Oh, man.
It's okay.
Your mom doesn't have like a cat allergy or anything, right? This isn't gonna be weird like that.
I don't think so.
I hope not. That would be really
No,
embarrassing.
I
can't really control
don't. I don't think so.
We're moving in temperature so much. It's not my fault I shed.
It's okay.
All right. I'm sure it'll be fine.
We'll
So
be
you
fine.
guys, with comfort, it doesn't even take a day, thankfully, because you guys don't have to. You also don't have to pass by Pilgrim's End,
I
a
know.
known outpost of the cult of animosity at this point. You guys spend the better part of, I would say, 2 hours going just straight shot from Stone of Tragedy to Alarn Oasis over air. It's there's a moment, I think, for you two who are like so used to escorting across the desert who are like, oh my god, why haven't we had these before? We need more of these. This is so much easier.
Produce these and bring them into Alara and Oasis.
Like, even though the sun is obviously, there's like no cover on
Mhm.
comfort. The wind is helping, and it's just like, this is so much easier. You're not walking. You're not getting tired.
I don't have to
We need to mass
fight
produce
and
these.
kill things.
Yeah.
Oh, many scorpions.
So many.
You guys then arrive
And we're
on the edge of the Alaran Oasis.
Oh,
Things are
hey,
not the
look.
same here.
Oh man.
Ah,
that.
things. Look at that
Look at them
old.
old tokens.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Look at them! Look at them!
I want all of you to look at it.
Old Avosi, old Peria, old Q,
Still say Medea.
Eurus.
Yep.
All right, be
Medea
gone
got
into
it.
the
Medea
Shadow
changed.
Realm.
Away with you.
Be gone, thought.
Oh, it's funny.
The Bardestian camp is also gone. As you press over, there's just like remains of like what was once. You see like there's a tent that's like blowing in the wind. That's just kind of strapped down by one corner. There's a lot of crap and just stuff that's left there. Like old fire pits that have burned out and have never been like taken care of. But the camp is gone. A lot of that is taken care of. As you arrive at the edge of town, I don't know, do you fly straight to the Sparage, or do you like stop at the edge of town?
Well, sister's the one driving. Should we stop? We don't want anybody to freak out.
Yeah,
not
I don't
very
want
well
them to
known for
like
having
start
clouds.
shooting spells or arrows at us. I'm the one who does that. Let's go down.
Okay. You guys land at the edge of town. You see there's a few Sundune guards that have already kind of like come up and like have like spears at the ready. Like,
Oh my.
what the fuck is
Hello.
the cloud coming? Oh, you guys land like because it goes from the view of just like a cloud moving and then descending in the middle of the open sky.
Yeah.
And then
Fucking
as it eventually reaches like eye level, they see who's on it, and they immediately relax their spears. Like, oh, it's the twins. Oh, okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Is this some sort of new escort method?
We wish.
Ah, if only.
That's
If only.
really impressive. I want one now.
I know.
Yeah. It would make escorting
Wow.
really easy.
It's like one of them walks up and like starts poking it like with the spear. Is this like alive or like the spear just goes like right through? Whoa.
Don't
whoa.
poke my cloud.
Sorry, I wasn't sure. Like, is this like a creature that looks like a cloud? Is it an elemental? Is
No, it's not. And I'll like
Whoa!
pull
It's like it
pull
just
it back
comes
and-
back to the coin.
and just put it in my bag of holding.
Huh?
It is magic. It is weird.
Magic's bullshit.
It is, isn't it?
I'll just go back to their post.
Bullshit, but very, very important for us.
Yes.
And
Man.
cool.
Yeah. Bet we'd have
Oh,
stuff
wait.
like that if it weren't for those damn Calciphilians.
Yeah.
Well, let's go say hi.
Yeah. Oh yeah, peasants. Yep. Oh wow, this place actually does kind of remind me of home, but in a nicer way. Not really as oppressive. There's no giant secondary sun or a giant statue of our overlord.
No, there's
it's
no
nice. I like this.
reminder of
She
your
does know how to decorate,
insignificance
though.
in
Yeah.
town.
She does know how to decorate, but only for
Mhm.
herself and in her own image, and it's always like a stark
Yeah.
reminder. I'm planning on changing that. Do you think
Mhm.
when do you think when I'm in control, do you think we should demolish the dragon or like repurpose it somehow? Anyways, that's another day.
Let me think on that.
We should open a Sparage there.
My mother would like that. She would want trademark rights, though.
We'll franchise into Bardest. It's perfect.
She would love that.
Sparage in every town, and she'll get a
Oh,
percentage.
that's
of
her
the cut.
dream, really.
All right, hold on a moment. We're gonna continue with this group for a bit. Let me pull up
Plus-
the Sparage map. Does
I could have swore her name was Ellie.
Probably some old icons in there.
ELLONE apostrophe IA. Elonea.
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 I think
Varus.
Elionea.
It's not
Elonea.
aloe vera like I said it once. It's close. You have to admit it's a close name.
Yeah.
I like aloe vera.
Aloe vera.
Just watch Pisces and be like, "Nice to meet you, Aloe Vera."
Aloe vera?
Nice to meet you, Miss Aloe vera. A vein just in her head, like, get out.
Oh, I
Alright.
love this so much. I'm so excited.
Probably turn the music
too.
up as well.
Days of our Sparage.
Mhm.
The days of Sparage.
Here we go.
We'll do.
Season 2, baby.
Yay.
The Paisanin.
As you guys, the cloud lands down the front of the Sparage. You note that it is just about as busy as it normally is. There's people coming and going. There's people. There is like an upper level to the Sparage that has some like outdoor seating, and there's some people out there enjoying drinks in the sun and the wind. Large fountains that spray some of the nearby oasis water out, and there's like kind of like a misting effect around. So like as you walk up, it's like immediately slightly refreshing, almost like a taste of what's to come in this barrage. And Pison's like, oh, jeez, this is really okay. I'm not gonna lie. When you said your mom ran a spa, I was thinking something smaller. This is really impressive. Is your you
Oh,
guys rich?
well, I guess, kind
Kind
of.
of now. Yeah.
Oh.
It used to be a lot smaller than this, but
Yeah. Huh.
last 100 years, it's gotten bigger.
What was that? How old are you again? Anyways. I lived to be like 80. It's like, anyways.
Old enough to be your grandma.
Oh, we're not touching that.
Mm-mm.
Stop it, Sky Voice. As you guys, as you step in, the immediate temperature drops several degrees.
Good,
It
he's
feels
there.
so much cooling. Much more cooling. You see, there's a few patrons mingling about in the entryway. Everything looks normal as it was last time you were here.
Ah, good.
And
They
you
were
do
able
see-
to repair
We
everything.
fixed everything.
Yes,
Yeah.
everything.
We
Oh
say
yeah.
that.
There's also like some things that like look like almost new, almost like maybe Leviathan paid for some upgrades or some renovations.
Yeah, she took way more than.
She took way more.
There's a haggler. She knows how to get money from people.
Right, hold on a moment. Need to add party token for everyone else. I'll just add everyone else to the board because I need to have everyone able to see. Una momento, por favor.
Mhm.
Dude. But
Honestly, I'm just watching the stream.
yeah, but if you don't want to have to do that,
That's fair.
fine.
Boom.
There you go. So, Paizo Shores on. Why don't you two get here? No.
We're
Are you in
always here.
spirit?
Yeah, it's like two force ghosts behind Paizo's shoulder. Like,
They're here in spirit.
He's like,
Yeah.
spirits, give me strength.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, bear
Guidance
with
from
me.
across the
Yeah.
world.
I could cast guidance on Paisan, I won't.
I like that level of petty.
Oh man.
So as you guys walk in, some of the guards acknowledge you with a nod or like a small bow, and you can see up at the front desk. It looks like Elenea and Tavmaral are going through some books and some papers. Potentially, like it looks like Tavmaral has like something under his arm. He's brought it from underneath and has some papers out. It's like, okay, I need signatures here and here. It's like, yeah, yes, Tav, I know how this works. Ugh, please, you don't have to micromanage everything. It's like, well, last month it didn't get signed. It's like, whose fault was that? And it just sort of like a little spat
Yeah.
up front.
Okay.
Like, oh, that must be your parents.
Come on, you two, let's go.
Okay.
I just take a big like sigh, like, oh, okay.
Sister, it's fine. You didn't wait like 50 years this time.
What does she mean by
Throw-
that?
Nothing, honey.
Uh,
I'll be standing next to Paisan, holding his hand.
Okay. Yep. So, as you guys approach, hand in hand,
I'm obviously going behind my sister.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mira, as you step forward, there's a moment where you see like Elena do like a half look and like put a hand up, like I'll be with you in a. Girls.
Hello.
Hello.
I just see like she lifts up part of the desk that comes away and she comes through. And comes up and wraps you up in a hug. I wasn't expecting to see you. I know one of you has magic. You can tell me in advance when you're coming. She comes over to Medea and wraps her up in a hug.
I like awkwardly hug her.
Yeah, it's like with one arm.
Hello, mother.
She doesn't even acknowledge Paizen yet. It's like, so, what's the occasion? I last time you were here for like a day, maybe. Are you back for good?
No, we are not back for
No.
good.
My heart, why don't you?
Well,
to do.
I have a favor to ask, but first, I'm
I'm gonna have a roll for Tavmir.
Uh-huh.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Here we go. Here's the juice.
Paizen and Tavmir lock eyes for a moment,
God.
and Paizen
Oh.
just gives like a hello. Tav, you see Tav, like his eyes dart, and he goes,
Uh,
Oh, that's so much.
in
Okay.
I'll say Medea is here for, and then I'll switch to Elven to say
see if
Ye-
Paizen knows Elven. One second.
Oh
Piece
shit!
of
That'd be pretty
shit.
cool if you did.
I don't know how many languages he knows.
I don't know if he's gonna
Yes,
understand it, but
Continue.
your approval, and I'll kind of step to the side.
Approval for
mother.
what, dear? Are you starting up a new business venture, or are you? Is this another Lowland Frontal Assault team thing? I really. The fame was impressive, but I didn't like you throwing yourself into danger like that over and over.
I just kind of lean over near her. Mother, look at their hands.
What about you? What about you? She just like stops. It's like,
I'm just like,
and her eyes slowly pan up to Paizen.
mother, this is Paizen,
She just steps to the
my
side.
boyfriend.
She looks to you. Him. Is that so?
Yes.
It's nice to meet you, Miss Varos. And Mr. Varos, it's very nice to meet Medea's parents. I see Tav. He's like in the background, like looks to Mira, like, what have you done? What have you done?
I just mouth like, not my fault.
Like Medea says, I am her
Boyfriend.
boyfriend,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and we are here to, just introduce us as that.
As a couple.
As a couple. Yes, as a
Mhm.
couple who is in love.
Mhm.
We're in love.
Yes.
I love her.
And I love him.
See, Elena, it's just like, really?
Yes.
Interesting. So now you choose to settle down. And with
Paizen.
So tell me, what was it? Paizen? Paizen. Last name? I don't have one. Okay. That's mysterious and not in a good way. So tell me, Mr. Paizen, what do you do for a living? That's a bit of a weird question. It's like, it shouldn't be. It should be pretty easy, pretty simple. Everyone needs to earn money somehow. How do you feed yourself? How do you plan to provide? It's like, well, she doesn't really need a provider. She's
Not really.
daughter's kind of a badass. It's like,
I am a badass. Thank you. Thank you, Paizen.
it's like, oh well, forgive me for misunderstanding who my own daughter is. So how do you plan to provide for yourself then? If she's so independent, she doesn't need anyone. What do you do? And it's like, well, I am a... What do I do? It's like, how do I describe this? It's like... So until recently, I was one of the 4 claim keepers of Bardest, working directly under Claim Chieftain Zivadona. See, as you say that, Elena goes... Like, it was like a mixture of good, like, she's gonna do an insight check.
Very strong.
Oh! So like that 4-armed bastard who tore up my place! You're one of his co-workers then?
Oh, no,
Oh.
no, mother.
You did mention you met Vex. Yeah, we didn't really get along. Different jurisdictions, really. I'm from Susail. He was in charge of Bardus. It's a whole different thing. It's like, oh, Susail. Oh, so exotic, so foreign. What do you do there? It's like, I am the warden of the Crimson Clan. I don't know who that is. Okay. Well, that's what I am. Okay, well, how much does that pay? What kind of insurance does that have? What's insurance?
I love this
Well,
emoji.
I must say, Medea, you really know how to choose them, don't you?
I do, actually.
He is very
Wonderful.
impressive. But I can't stand for someone who doesn't work for a living. Hey,
Oh,
I
work.
do a lot of work. I just don't know how to explain it. That's the problem. I've never really got like a paycheck.
You kill
Do I
things
work?
for money, I
Yeah,
guess?
but I'm not like
You're not like a
that's not really-
mercenary.
No, that's not really. What am I? it's like as this is going on, Tav sneaks around the corner. And is like, I'm sorry to interrupt. Had a bit of an emergency downstairs. Could you join me for a moment? I think we're dangerously low on wine from Could you come see? It's like, really, Tav, this is not the time. It's like, Paisine taking an opportunity to like step away. You must be Mr. Varos. I just wanted to say I understand this must be difficult, but I promise. I was gonna say I'll promise to protect Medea, but honestly, she doesn't need protection. She's saved my life many times. I'm sure you're very proud. I was like, looks to Medea, like there's a shared look of, how do you want me to proceed with this? I'm just looking at you.
Tamral is actually not my biological father, Paisane. He married my mother.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't really have. Sorry, I don't. This is all kind of new to me. I don't really have much in the way of family, so I'm still kind of getting used to the whole thing. So the Tav goes, it's fine. This must be terribly awkward for you as well. My name is Tav Moral. I am Medea's stepfather. It's so nice to meet you, Paisane. I understand. Please, don't take my dear wife too harshly. She's just very, very protective of our girls. As he says that, Tav just like shoots a look to Medea.
I'm like almost half like gagging here.
there's a shared experience with Tav, like. But it sounds to me like you are similar to what Medea did. You were an adventurer of sorts. Well, I mean, kinda. I guess if you want to put a word on it, I'm a guardian. I'm a protector. I protect the Crimson Empress Orlith. I protected, not that she needed it, Zivadona, Claim Chieftain. Sort of what I do, and I promise to spend the rest of my life protecting Medea while she protects me from all the horrible things we fight on a daily basis. It's like Tav's like, I didn't need that last part, but thank you. I appreciate that. I can tell you're sincere. You see Elena is standing back watching Tav like... Alright, this has become sufficiently weird at this point. I'm going to go and check on the wine storage. Medea? I don't approve. But that's never stopped you before, so do what you will. The spa is yours for the day. Can't turn away family. So just next time bring home someone with a definable job, please. She
Well,
steps
there
on-
won't be another.
but
though.
Mom,
We'll see. As she stops by Mira.
before you go,
Yes, dear. Please don't tell me there's some brute with you here too.
no, there is no.
Good girl,
Brute
good girl.
with-
Pats your cheek.
She's the favorite.
But
100%. It sucks,
Yeah.
but it's true.
She is.
well, you abandoned her for how many years?
I
There's
know,
a lot of
I-
it's a lot of things. It's really
I wrote my
complicated.
Yeah,
own-
it's
I wrote my
it's
own,
yeah.
Black sheep
Really
card.
complicated.
Yep.
So, there's an event coming up, and can you teach me to dance?
Oh, that kind of an event. Oh, of
Oh.
course. A Where? What? When?
It is,
Why'd I say it?
sister. It is supposed to be a secret, but it's not.
Paisane's like, actually, like, see, like, he's like, his eyes are darting, like, actually, that's part of why we came to talk to you. We would love it if you attended
I
the
cast
coronation of
silence.
Lord Dior. Okay. The silence spell has a, I think, 40-foot radius or
Yeah,
20-foot radius.
I'll put it this way. I'm targeting it so that the edge of it is on where him and
Can I just
Medea
spell
are.
them?
Medea, you may, actually, if you would like to use your sword to counterspell.
Nobody silences my Paisane. I counterspell it.
Okay.
You
So,
have.
Mira, you cast silence.
Yeah. Great.
You go.
Right, it gets sucked into the sword. It's a moment where, like, Elena and Tavermel don't even notice it happens. Mira, like, utters a word, moves her hand, and Medea just, like, the sword just, like, scuffles slightly, and the sword just
I'm like,
goes in.
you're interrupting my man.
Praise- we would love it if you would attend, a ball with us as honored guests of the Holy Land. In 10 days' time. 9 days time. No, 12. So 7,
No,
16 days
Paise.
time.
Yes. It.
16 days time. No. And I was like, how would I even get there?
Piss.
You're right.
Just
How would you get there?
days.
You don't have the magic to get there, and I
But
don't.
no, wait, no, hold on. I have, Eve!
Oh,
Oh God!
Here.
oh no, not the
Yes! And coming up from downstairs above. How can I help?
Mike, I'm gonna send a message
Sure, by all means.
to Paisane.
Yeah, sure.
What the fuck are you doing? Don't
Is that the
invite
whole
my
message?
mother. Stop. Or I'm going to kick your ass.
I'm sorry, I panicked. She hates me. I'm trying to show that I have class, okay? Like, maybe at the ball she can see another side of me, and just cuts off there.
Poor Paisane.
Eve comes up, she's like, how can I... Oh, girls, the twins are here. Oh, it's so good to see you. Oh, you're staying. Like, shut it, Eve. I need to know your capabilities. I know you're a hydromancer, so all your magic is watery. Do you have anything that can teleport? Well, I can, if given sufficient time and preparation. I could, of course, transcribe a spell. Why? You never leave. But I might, and I need to know what your capabilities are, because I pay you for those capabilities. Of course. Yes, wherever you need to go, as long as the waters flow there, I will get you there. right. So, with that handled, okay, so 16 days. You said this is a ball in the Holy Land. That's interesting. Do you think they'd be interested in a Sparage there? I've been looking to franchise a bit more.
I don't know. I
Have
think
those-
See, I don't.
I think this is a very kind offer, Paisane, but Ellie, we would need to close the Sparage, and I know you never like to close the Sparage. There's no one to manage it. It's like, oh no, you can manage it. I wouldn't come. It's like, you hate those kinds of events, Tav. We've talked about this. You can't even dance to save your life. It would. You wouldn't have fun. It's like, Tav's like, I guess.
Can I have an insight on him?
Are they?
That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
sure.
Okay.
Are they having?
Does he
Are
really
they
want
having
to go?
marital problems?
Yeah, probably. Nope, I don't know.
Medea's a little, like a little
I was
flustered
only
with the
engaged in the
prize.
guy, it was fine.
Yeah. Mira, as you're standing there, that might be in a rough patch. Things may have happened recently. Actually, with that 23 insight, that's actually. I'm gonna say, what is Mira's passive perception?
Oh, is she not wearing her ring?
What?
My passive is
What?
17 now.
Oh my
You notice
God,
a few
the days
things.
of our Sparage.
With a 23 insight, you notice a few things. One, Elena is not wearing a ring. 2, there is. Tavmaral looks a little haggard, like he hasn't slept well recently. He doesn't look like he's doing so good. Can you give me a active perception in addition to an insight? 'Cause there's some other thing.
Yes. Things are going down.
Okay, 19 perception. You note 2 interesting things from where you are with this, taking the time to do this insight, noticing that there's some potential marital problems between Elenea and Tavmaral. Especially after Tav and Elenea, you saw them like fighting as you came in. You note your mother has a new necklace that she's never really worn before. And it has what looks like the symbol of a how do I describe it? It's the letter A that's on fire. Like a flaming A symbol in gold. It's very ornate. It's like a cursive A with flames licking up the sides. And you also note, you didn't see it coming in because it's on this side of the wall. At the entrance is a sign posted for like new rules of Sparage. No Calciphilians allowed.
Oh.
Oh.
I didn't notice this.
You notice it now as you're at the edge of the counter and you see, and as the conversation continues, Elenea goes, you know, it would be good to branch out to the Holy Land. I've been looking to get away from here for a bit, actually, lately. It's just been so difficult dealing with all the ruffians and riffraff that come to this establishment lately. And, you know, the Holy Land is so far away, maybe we could even think about moving location. It's like, Tav goes, whoa, Ellie, we can't just move the Sparage there. It would take years of building a new establishment, and then we'd have to set up a new business structure. I mean, there's not even do they even have a desert over there? I mean, is the Sparage really needed? It's like, oh, Tav, it doesn't even need to be desert. Everyone loves spas. Everyone needs pamper and comfort, and it's you don't understand. I understand these kinds of business things. That's why I run Sparage, and you listen.
Oh,
To
can
me.
I? Oh, can I definitely insight that?
Yeah, by all means.
I've
We'll
heard my
follow up on
mom
that one.
talk that way before.
See, Paizane's now like, what is happening?
Oh, a few bad things.
17. Tav, what are you specifically inciting in the moment? Who and what?
It would have probably been my mom because she was the one talking.
mom?
I would have incited.
She
Because
has.
she's very controlling.
She is extremely controlling. You know that,
Yeah.
but you also don't know her to be entirely this. Well, I'd say you do know her to be rather
I do.
stubborn and obtuse at times. This is a little bit more. She looks a little bit more unhinged than you've known her before.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'll decide. But I think this is a pushes Tav aside. I think this is a wonderful suggestion. And I'm very grateful for the invitation. Thank you, Paisane. Perhaps I judged a bit too quickly. If you are taking my daughter to a prestigious event like a ball, that shows class and a respect for authority that I didn't expect in you. But anyways, I'll need more details on this ball. Mira, you're going to dance? I would love to teach you to dance.
Thank
You never
you.
learned to dance?
I
But
had
when
to-
did she have time? After you left, she had so much other things she had to do. You know what? I'll teach both of you how to dance. Even if you already know, you could always use a refresher. This will be a great bonding activity for us, and... Hi, Zane. His brain's like, oh, I hadn't even thought about... Oh boy,
It's okay,
dancing.
I'll be your dance partner. It's okay.
Okay, yeah. And Tav can handle the affairs of the Sparage while we're busy. Isn't that right? Fine.
My mom's a dick.
Boy.
Oh boy.
Very well. Well, let's get started then.
Uh,
Come this way. She like starts directing you behind the counter towards like the back area.
Mm-hmm.
All right. As you guys step by, it's like Eve, Tav, keep things sane and safe and everything up here. If anything happens, you know where I'll be. But I trust that you can handle it for a single day. And
I'll look back like quickly and see how Tadmiral, what he looks like what's his expression. I'll just look back quickly because I'm kind of concerned for the guy.
He looks tired,
Mm-hmm.
very very tired, and
Well, that's
following up on your insight from before, he looks not. It's not that he's hurt necessarily, but he's confused and a little bit angry. On his face, just. But as you guys are led downstairs to begin your dance lessons with Alunea, who's not quite entirely all together there, we're gonna pull back over to Susail.
Yikes! Big yikes!
Yeah, big yikes. Things have been happening. While the party is away, things are at play. So.
Haha.
But meanwhile, in a more stable family environment,
Yeah, let's go! Stability!
It's not as exciting and as entertaining though.
no, not nearly, but it's much
Sounds
more happy.
wonderful. Yes.
As you guys arrived in Levitos after your time in Barton's Rest, you had a nice meal in the morning. Violet, you said there was something you wanted to accomplish when you arrived at Susail.
Yes. I guess first you would turn to Orlif. I fully intend to spend a lot of time with Peria during our break, but
I would hope so.
At the same time, I would like to get some things accomplished in the time, probably maybe in the later nights afterwards, you know.
Well, you have plenty of time. I'm sure we'll find a way to fit it all in.
Yes. That being said, one of those things I would like to accomplish would require a trainer.
I can summon any number of trainers from the city. We have depending on what you're looking for training in, we have training in Inner Flame, Aurora Arts. We have.
Exalted Flame.
Oh. I'm afraid I don't have any sort of. Beyond what we did together, I don't have any experience with Exalted Flame.
No, it's great. I actually have someone in mind. I would just like your permission to invite them here for said training.
Well, tell me about this trainer.
Full disclosure, he is Zivado's son.
Estranged.
But he hates her completely.
Zivadona has a child?
Yes. And
That's
apparently,
strange.
he's one of the few in the world who know Exalted Flame.
That doesn't surprise me, but that's. Huh. When I fought her, I didn't get the sense of her being a mother.
Well, that could explain why he isn't exactly fond of her.
That's a shame. Well, that makes me very curious then. I would very much like to meet this estranged child of the Claim Keeper, or Claim Chieftain.
Yes. With your
Would you need me to... I'm assuming you were telling me you need some form of teleportation or something.
Oh, actually, no. We discovered he has a ship that can teleport.
Why not? Yeah, no, sure. That makes sense, yeah. That tracks with everything I've learned about everything so far.
Yeah, so we have been on quite the journey.
That doesn't even begin to summarize it, I imagine, from everything I've heard. No, not even close. Okay, yes, you have my permission to invite this child of Zivadona here for training purposes. Of course, as long as you both trust him, I will trust him, but keep in mind, of course, that he is going to be a guest of the Crimson, and anything he does will reflect on us for that, so before you invite him, just make sure you understand. Not that I'm judging him for his parentage. That would be very hypocritical of me. I'm sure he is a fine man.
He seems to be a very honorable warrior.
And he'll fit in quite well.
Thank you.
Of course. I do hope this training will be safe. I'd have no idea what is required to undergo Exalted Flame, but I can't imagine it's easy.
Let's just say I may require to have some purifiers on standby.
Like last time, yes, of course. I will let our purifiers know that we may need someone round the clock. Speaking of which, I couldn't help but notice you possessed some form of device the other day that saved your life. You all passed it around, and I've never seen anything like that. It seemed to just to take away the decay in moments, in massive amounts. What was that?
Well, can I have at this time taken an hour to attune to the pendant during breakfast
absolutely.
or something?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I'll wear it.
Okay. So put it on. As you put it on and attune to it, there is like a sudden, as soon as it attunes, you almost feel like a click, and then you almost feel like a constant sense of like a bubble around you. And it's a sense of safety. You're like, oh, no prying eyes. Nice.
Neat. I'll take it out, put it on the table, move some plates aside. This is really the second prototype that we've had that does that. This one's a lot more, goes both ways. It can take and apply.
That's a bit ghastly.
Yes. I don't think we've used it, Violet, the opposite way.
Despite my previous incarnations
dismay.
Good.
Yes.
Good. I am very glad to hear that. That does not sound like something that the world needs.
No. And that is why, for your previous life, Violet, I was against that. Yes.
Hmm.
So we've been keeping it hush for reasons, as
I
you
understand.
can deign.
This is very impressive all the same. The capability of applying it is concerning, but an object that can take away decay in such massive quantities at a mere touch. If there were a way to create this without the ability to apply it, this would be a life-changing solution to so many issues for so many people. I can't imagine this was easy to create, though. It's probably very expensive.
Unknown.
If I
It
may
does
ask,
require.
where did you...
Sorry.
No. What does it require?
It requires a very specific component to do so.
That makes sense.
And it's made from the most awful byproduct.
I see. So, maybe it's best if I don't know much more.
Well, remember maybe like a month ago when I was asking you about Sivadona's aura alignment?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And you said don't do anything rash, don't engage, something along those lines.
Yes, I do.
No words, just like eye contact, up and down to the gauntlet and back and forth.
No words. She leans across the table, takes your hand in hers, just leans over and says, "This world would be much better off without Zivadona in it. But no. Please, please no.
Agreed.
She is a horrible monster who will kill you before you get the chance to kill her, I have no doubt. It's also a matter of
Morals.
at some point, those do have to step aside for practicality, I admit. If we could remove one of the greatest tyrants this world has ever known, I would personally be willing to cast aside my morality if it needed be. But I would not ask that of you, of my children. That is not fair.
Okay.
And as it were, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and she is no friend to the Order at the moment.
Admittedly, she would be a very powerful ally, yes. If you can trust her, and I do not. Once the Order is gone, what makes you think that is not the only thing keeping her at bay?
You kind of like looks up area like, do we say anything?
It's questionable of maybe later.
I think for now it's best that we just try to focus on what's before us.
Wise.
I'll just put this away into the bag.
You girls are going to give me a heart attack.
I truly hope not.
Yes, please no.
I'll try. There's magic that can help prevent it, but
Diet and exercise.
how many times you keep throwing yourselves into literal mortal peril? I mean, it took so long for me just to get you back, and then I finally found you, like to Violet. I never thought I'd have a chance to forge a relationship with my one daughter, and now I have two. And I don't want to lose either of you.
And
No.
so we talk once.
No, we don't want that.
So let's not talk about overtaking a secret shadow organization or defeating the most powerful tyrant in the world. Let's just enjoy these next 9 days.
Yes, agree.
So, what's first?
Well, perhaps you could show us a little about what the Crimson's all about, as Perry and I didn't exactly get to grow up here.
Yes.
That's a wonderful idea. Come, we will take a tour about the city.
Yes.
And you guys head out and step out into the main city proper. You spend the day touring. This map does not have all that the city has labeled. This is actually a very bare bones map. I should update this at some point. This is an old map of mine. It's from a long time ago. The meteor ring is probably the most focal point, though, at the center. It is. You guys saw it the first time you came through. It's akin to the arena in Bardis, but instead of it being like for sport, you see as you pass by, there's what looks like it's a massive crater that is clearly from some sort of meteoric impact very long ago. Not as massive as Renati's crater, but it's large enough that you see there are a number of rows of warriors in like 4 rows by like 4 by 10, these large groups, each one with like an instructor going through forms, some with weapons, some without. And you see this is basically like the formal training area for the new Crimson Warriors and up and coming. There's sections categorized by like age. There's some you see there's like a youth kids section basically. We see young warriors learning to train, and then there's some veteran warriors off to the side. And there's a number of people like who stand up at the upper edge of the ring and just kind of watch and cheer on certain people who get into like sparring matches. And as you guys by the way, as you guys go out, Orlith probably waves off a carriage that like comes like for you, and she's like, no, I want to enjoy the city with my girls. We can't see it from inside of a carriage. And you guys walk slowly through the city. Many people seem to approach, but then like you see Orlith puts a hand up, and they just sort of bow and back away, giving her enough space for you all. But you are the center of attention wherever you guys go. But she directs you through, explaining that the Crimson has a long history of prioritizing martial prowess and combative ability, simply because Susail was built on success in the Rite of Ordering for the last 900 years. So each of the clans has just given social status to those who can somehow either participate, promote, or benefit those who do participate in the Rite of Ordering, and that they're currently trying to figure out essentially a new way to establish hierarchy as the Rite of Ordering is out. And it's a new age for the Crimson, and Orlith explains that she is since I have become Empress, I have tried to instill appreciation of the arcane in my people, an understanding that you can mingle both powers of the mind and muscle. I was not born with as much. I was not born with as much prowess in the sword as my brother was. So I supplemented it by taking a few spells that I learned from a friend in the Cobalt. And it's probably why I have had such a good relation with Emperor Boreas since I became my position. We've been trying to get the people to understand there are other facets of life than just fighting and combat. It's difficult, though, because our primary resource that we produce that no other nation does is the volcanic steel, which for generations has been used for combat, weapons, arms, armor. But I'm wondering now, honestly, after seeing a bit of the Holy Land and a little bit more of progress, I'm wondering if volcanic steel has other uses, perhaps in machinery or industry. Perhaps there's other ways we could use this to benefit our society moving forward.
I believe so. This is a very powerful metal.
Yes.
It could certainly be used for technological advancements, I'm sure.
Dresden, I'm sure, would have ideas. I'm sure. Well, I don't think you've met Dresden yet, but
I've heard of the name, but no, I haven't had the pleasure. It's been difficult. As Empress, of course, I have fairly unilateral control, but I'm also trying to reform things a bit. Especially if we're going to try to unite Susail under one banner. 5 emperors doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I'm going to have to figure out some new form of governance, and I'm going to need more help. That's for sure. I don't want to talk business with you girls, though. Not now. That'll be for when the fighting's all over and you can come back here for longer.
but
Yes.
who's the Cobalt individual that helped you learn magic?
Oh, it's been some years, but they passed a few rites ago, unfortunately.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. The rites are safe, harmless, but sometimes there are lasting effects. It's not uncommon, but some people overexert their decay during a rite, and the tether wasn't quite enough to save certain people.
Can I insight that for the relationship?
Sure.
Okay. I'm not expecting much, but I don't know. I want drama with her, maybe not drama.
Yeah, it takes romance. We love romance here.
Caria, your mother is lying to you.
Okay.
You know this as someone who grew up in an order, who was the apostle of truth for a period of time. You're very, very good at discerning lies. Your mother is dodging the question and especially is getting caught up in fabrication of when she said that someone died a few rites ago. You know that's not very common. The rites have things built in to avoid death. Your mother looks a little flustered as you ask who.
Alright, I ain't gonna push it.
Mhm.
Yet.
Yet.
But I'm
Just you
also
wait,
very
mother.
curious to see what the impact and implication will be of having the Violet clan restored.
Yes.
After all, I am walking hand in hand with an empress.
I know too.
I guess kind of. I did kind of deny the.
Well, perhaps not in proper title, but in spirit. You are the remaining heir of an entire clan at this point. In Susalian words, that would make you the empress.
Oh god, so I'm not really afraid of responsibility.
You don't need to be. I don't think anyone's going to push the matter right now. It would be up to you if you wanted to take that or not. I have no
Yes,
problem. with
Again,
you.
I suppose I'll just have to focus on what's right before me for now.
I have no problem with whichever side you choose to take, whether you're Crimson, Violet, both. All works for me. I just want you here.
As do I want to hear as well.
Well, I'm afraid there's not too much to do for fun in Levatos, I believe, unless you like fighting, which I know Q would have probably, but
Absolutely. She probably
Yes, of
won't
course.
challenge the biggest, baddest warrior she saw here.
Speaking of training, though, and fighting, while you are doing your own training, perhaps, Paria, during this time, while we have some downtime, I can instruct you on the remaining 2 spells you have not mastered.
Oh yes, please. It was so hard to learn this one.
The fact that you learned the hardest one by yourself, I have no doubt in 9 days' time with my direct tutelage, I think we'll knock the other 2 out.
Yes.
Then perhaps one day, if you're ready, I'll teach you something of the higher degree.
Okay.
But we're going to start small for now.
Okay.
Yummy.
Is there a
Yummy
library
stuff.
here?
In the castle, yes.
Oh, okay.
That's another thing I'm trying to change with my regime.
You don't
The
like
public, well, it's not
University.
voice in the sky. There are schools, of course. There are primary schools, but there's not really much of a university presence or a post school. People learn what's needed to do their jobs, to perform their duties, and usually that's enough. As far as a higher learning goes, they either have to go to Kalos, or perhaps make the pilgrimage all the way to the Cobalt and gain special permissions to enter their cities, which is quite protected. It's not easy. I spent some time in Kalos. They have libraries and schools there. And thankfully, Kalos is a bit more integrated from all of the clans. You can visit the Cobalt district there without much paperwork, and that's where people would usually go. But Levitos has long stood as an example of strength in Susail, not intellect, which I think is a sore waste of an opportunity to combine both.
I agree.
So, for now, though, you can peruse the Royal Library as much as you would like, and perhaps one day we will open a public one when I have the time, money, and resources to establish one. I have a long list of things I'd like to do with the city.
I'm sure.
Spending time in Renati was actually extremely enlightening. I'd like to use that city as a sort of model for my own, if I could. I think they've done very well with what they have.
Okay.
Now then, perhaps we should think about finding some place to sit and get something to eat. All this walking makes me so tired, so hungry.
Yeah, soup carts.
Ish. God. Soup for sale!
Oh boy.
You can walk. If you can walk, you can drink. Get your soup.
They have like those Campbell's drinkables, you know.
Yeah.
Sippy cups. Oh, that was one of our patented crimson soup carts.
Oh
It's just a
boy.
vat on wheels with a giant ladle.
So
porridge.
is ramen basically soup?
You know
It
what?
is basically
Damn it.
soup.
Damn it. It is, isn't it? Yeah.
Come on, we got the cherry blossoms here. It's basically like Japan, you know.
I'm not trying to appropriate
Very
anything.
Very violent
It's
Japan.
its own fantasy culture.
I know.
It's its own fantasy culture that
It can
happens
have
to
a
use
mix.
It
mix
happens
of-
to use some Eastern stuff. I'm not appropriating anything.
I
It's not
know.
ramen, it's just soup.
Uh-huh.
See?
Soup.
That's what
With
I mean. It's
noodles.
just soup.
Noodles
Long
in it.
noodled
It's
soup.
chicken noodle soup.
Mhm.
Okay,
Look.
okay.
So, anyways, you
get
guys
soup.
spend the day. You get soup. You have time with your mother, exploring Levitos and discussing the future of the Crimson Clan. As we get towards the end of this first day, is there anything in specific you'd like to accomplish before we? Some of these days will be some
Yes.
just sort of
Blended
time
in.
skippiness.
I
We'll jump back to the twins as well to finish out day one.
know sending has a limit of 25 words, but
It do.
for the sake of time, can we just make a message for? I
Chorus.
just forgot his name.
Chorus.
Chorus.
No, I will need you to actually talk to Chorus because I can't say he'll agree automatically. I need to know what you say to him.
All right. This is the original I came up with, but if Perry wants to send a,
I
General.
mean, you guys can absolutely sit down in character and write out, There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, if Perry wants to send like a heads up message first before getting right into it, I don't know.
Can't pay.
Can't
Hey.
pay.
Can
What?
pay,
What?
not saying will pay. You should probably
Can
change it to
pay.
will.
Will
Can pay.
will pay.
No, I'm gonna
sure.
keep it. Can. Oh, okay. Fine. Will. Okay. I'll send a message to Chorus.
Money talks, man. Money talks.
Hold on. Let me.
Look at his mother. I don't think money's a problem.
That's true.
You think he's on her
4.
pay?
I can say hello.
You think
Alright.
She's probably
she
like,
gets
screw you,
he gets
Mom.
an
I
he
don't
gets
need
an
your money."
allowance from her?
No,
No, she's
But-
not a coddling. Sort
but
of.
if he was bad enough off, she obviously cared enough to save his life.
Yeah, I care enough to save his life,
Maybe.
not sustain his lifestyle.
Alright. I'm adding. Hello. Q having aura plate made. Has ancient violet powerful aura. Could you train her in Exalted at Levatos, Susail? Guest at Palace. Will pay.
As a bit of a delay before. Right. You. Interesting. Aura plate? Very rare. Don't know about special aura. Sounds good. What time frame? Susail's far. Can expedite. How much?
Relay that all of that to Violet.
Right.
Pirates in the
Much
Moon.
will it
If you can-
cost?
If you
How
could,
much you got?
$2.
let's see,
Sold.
at least a week of training.
Get here yesterday.
Well, we still have 8 days.
8 days after today. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get here tomorrow.
I don't want to assume you guys are totally using the army funds.
Hey, they're not there. You have the money.
I currently have
Yeah.
$10,000.
Spend it. I get yelled at when I try to use it. Spend it.
Yep. Yep. That's how it works. It's fair.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We got a lot of money.
I'd say
How much?
10K,
Okay.
3,000 or more if needed.
Per day.
Per day, we don't have enough for that.
Wow.
You do actually.
Actually.
What?
You
Yeah.
do actually.
I have
I've only got-
38,000 in my bag.
Yeah,
Oh, I
AJ, you're forgetting
forgot.
you're not the only one with the money.
Yeah.
Okay,
Also, party fund could just be Q's fund at this point. Y'all
Okay.
have money.
let's then say
That's
1,000 per day, see if you'll take that.
1,000.
Per day.
All right.
1,000 per day.
Urging to some people.
That's
How
that's literally being like
Lifetime.
that's like somebody being like,
would
"Can you babysit my dog? I'll pay you
Yeah.
$40,000." It's like,
that
yeah,
be
Yeah.
yeah.
Sure.
tomorrow?
Babysit
I'm
your
there.
dog?
How long? 1 day? 2 days? A week?
Yeah, please.
How long is
Can
this
I-
vacation?
Full-time position? Yeah.
Yeah.
Would
Sounds great.
Every other day.
Yep.
What's going on, AJ?
He is
Thank you.
Oh,
creating a
Crafting.
message before sending.
Yeah.
we're not all freaking good at doing that, like right in the moment, like some.
No, it makes sense. In character, you could easily just write. I imagine people would write out scripts if they need to. Because you know how many times you just go, oh shit, fuck, oh wait, that counts, oh fuck, oh, and you're done. 'Cause it's just the word count.
Mm-hmm.
That's some. I would definitely do that. Yeah.
I know I can ramble a little. That would be a problem. 25 word limit?
Actually, let's see.
That's
The
why I'm not a
preamble.
caster.
Like tweets.
I can't.
Yeah.
I can't do the messaging thing. Can't message. I can't send. I can't do nothing.
That's why I included sending stones as a much more commonplace item in my world, and I modified them to be infinite use, because I'm pretty sure normally it's just once per day. So,
Handicap.
One,
Now-
2, 3, 4.
I just think it's nice to have forms of communication. Like, it doesn't, like, break the game to be able to talk to
No.
people, and, you know.
No.
22, 22.
Look at Werewolf, your phones, you know.
Hmm.
Boop, 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 boop. Text message.
Yeah.
Picture.
That's what I've got so far. If you want to add anything to it yourself.
Starting tomorrow. Woo! I already have minor grasp on using it. Okay.
Good job, AJ.
I'm gonna start with
Good
the
job.
money.
I'm trying.
You did good.
Better than I would have done.
Mhm.
1,000 per day work? Week of training? Would appreciate starting tomorrow. Already have minor grasp on using it. Palace accommodations. Super cushy. Good food.
Hell yeah, I'd take that in a second.
There is another small delay.
Wait, I'm gonna send one more message.
Oh no, he
Oh.
hates us.
Okay.
Bring your crew. I'm sure they'd like a few days off following you around. No judgment, just being honest.
Lax is good.
They eat and stay for free.
Oh god.
Hmm.
Oh no. Oh, there's gonna be a really
It's fine.
there's gonna be a running tab for a
How
bar
many
in
people
there.
crew a ship? Oh, okay,
It's like
cool.
20.
Cool. Yeah,
It's like 100.
Really?
yeah, it could be
Depends on
be
the
up to
ship,
like
I think.
Yeah.
depends on the ship. It can be a couple dozen. Okay, great, cool. You get a message back, followed by the second message back. So it's like he gets like 50
20,
word visit
30.
for this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Levitos. To sail. Not been there much. Familiar with Port Chimera. Think it's close. Tomorrow can work. If you have transport from port. Ship can't go to town. Then the second message. Oh, that's generous. Something I don't know about your connections? Question mark.
Hmm.
Sounds almost too good to be true. But can't turn down offer quite that easy. Don't cross me. You'll regret it.
Shit.
I'll share the first part of the message
Sure.
and leave out the offer too good to be true.
Okay.
To
Wait,
Violet.
so he's gonna need transportation from Port Chimera.
I think just a port, if I'm remembering Susail's geography.
Let's look at the
I will
map.
put
Uh,
you.
There's a
Susail, each of the regions does have their
Probably.
own port.
yeah,
Uh,
or maybe
Southeast of Levatos,
Oh,
there is
there it is.
Tenbara Port. It's not far from Port Chimera either, all things considered.
Oh, okay, so he's gonna need transportation from our port.
No. Yeah, we tell him
Because
to go there.
the ship teleports, it can't go to the city.
Yeah,
It
okay.
goes here.
So if he teleports he's familiar with Port Chimera, he appears here, sails to your port, and then that might take like a day, so he can get to there in a day. But then he'll need some sort of transportation from the port, because walking from the port
No.
to Levatos
There's the
will be
week.
days. Yeah. So as long as you can provide the teleportation or transportation from port to castle, tomorrow works.
Okay. I guess Violet would ask Orlith if there's a fast way from Canberra to here.
Yes, but it would not conventionally. There's not just like an established teleport there,
Right.
but I can teleport there and then create a teleportation circle there if there's enough people needed, or I could just use the teleportation spell twice, once there and once back. That's no problem.
Oh, no, it's just gonna be us and him.
Yeah,
Since he
that's
doesn't know
perfect.
what Perry is.
Right. I can absolutely, yes, then I can absolutely, 2 teleportation spells will be sufficient.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Great.
Okay. All right.
Feel so bad for Aurora.
I
Gonna
guess.
have fucking 30 house guests, 30 pirate house guests eating all her
Yeah.
food for a week.
Yeah.
What have you done? It's
Yeah.
amazing.
Are you gonna tell your mom?
Yeah, once Violet goes to sleep, 'cause I don't want to hear it.
God.
I don't want to hear it.
Hey, it's just, I guess let him know we have fast teleportation when he arrives.
Maybe they can stay at Tanabara, and then
Tambara.
just
Tenbara.
Tenbara. And then we could just take maybe like a select few, aka his first and second mate, back to
Yeah.
the palace. That seems better. All right, I'm gonna send one more message.
They'll raid the Crimson Springs.
Okay. Worked out teleportation for you and. Hold on.
I think 7 people would teleport.
Well, what's the fudge? What's their names?
Oh,
Just had
Rassus
it.
and Aldebrae. are the-
Alabrae. For Alabrae and Rassus,
Yeah,
we'll
stay behind.
arrange Port how do I say it?
Tenbara.
Tenbara
Mhm.
for remaining crew. They better be on Susalian best behavior. Please. Thank you. Or thanks.
This moment, pause, you go. Changing the deal already, I see.
I misspoke. That's who I meant when I said crew.
Fair. You're lucky my crew won't know the difference between port royalty and real royalty. I'll be there dawn tomorrow.
Might even have time for soup.
Oh, man.
Always time for soup.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, have late breakfast soup.
Mm-hmm.
Porridge or something.
Which is, again, soup.
Right?
Yeah.
It's so many things are soup.
Everything is just soup.
Yeah.
Everything. The
Everything's
primordial
a sandwich.
soup that we all came from.
Mm-hmm.
Soup and sandwiches.
Sandwich,
yes,
you chew it up,
Blend
put it in
it.
your stomach. Stomach acid, soup.
Soup.
It's all
yes,
soup.
yes, food, dairy, a pizza's a sandwich.
It's a sandwich.
Now that we have this cursed knowledge, we shall continue forward with
Yes.
our day. All right. You've established Chorus to come train Violet as of tomorrow.
Yay!
Got around some potential problems already.
Chaos.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll let
Is there anything
Orb
else?
know
Is
after
there anything else that
Violet.
you would? Oh, okay.
You're
Uh,
like, I am so sorry.
Ah.
This was the price for Violet's teacher.
I don't know how to feel.
Yeah.
Mm.
Agreed.
I feel like
You're
I
not
was-
there.
Yeah, no. She said when you went to bed. This was later. This was like
Gotcha,
later
gotcha.
with some privacy with.
I ain't hearing it from you.
This was some See, this is God. If I feel like I missed out on a whole dimension of parenthood where I would
Yeah.
say you're grounded at some
Yeah.
point.
Yeah,
But-
no, I get that.
You're an adult and a warrior, and it's not. It's. You're right. If this can teach Violet Exalted Flame, it's worth it. That's incredible. Don't do that again, young
Nope.
lady. Nope.
Nope.
That doesn't feel right.
Nope.
No.
I won't.
Sorry. No.
No, I felt bad about doing it. It makes you feel any better.
It's fine. I will arrange.
good girl.
See, Tanbara's not really known for its hospitality, but as long as they don't mind fish and stale ale, I think we can keep them accommodated.
I think that's fine.
You know, their parents, they probably like ale.
Yeah. It's
Probably.
Yeah.
We'll figure
Sandwich.
something out.
Maybe they have some fancy seasoning on the fish that they don't get elsewhere. I don't know.
I will.
It's
speak-
free. It's free.
Yes, it is free. I'm going to have to speak to someone about how well stocked the taverns
Oh.
at Tanbara
I
are.
have some money.
It's fine. No, it's fine. You're already shelling out for the training. It's fine. We will. Okay. We will manage.
Thank you.
Putting your mother in the poorhouse.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. What is the point of being an empress if I can't host a pirate crew once in a while?
You have to be inclusive.
I suppose.
Voice in the
Yeah.
sky.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Is there anything else Violet and Peria wanted to accomplish on the first day before we wrap there on that side?
One thing.
It's okay. No, it's okay.
I use my new sending stone
Yes.
and just word vomit all of the things that happened in less than 24 hours. How we extracted Galisaid, it was an Exarch. What's her face? Unicorn Knight.
Iuna.
Auna showed up, called an Angel of Decay, terrifying. It was dead, yay. Exarch was likely a bard named Elias something, starts with a C. Cordal. Cordial. Take it. Knows about what's it called? Shit. The initiative. Eternal initiative.
Oh, yes. All of that.
So they know.
They
Who
know
cares? Nothing
This is-
matters anymore.
Evening times to sail, so it's like morning.
morning.
Guard us. You hear like you imagine Vivian probably has it like on a necklace or something, so like she's
like-
got it in contact with her enough that like she's like, I just woke up. I'm literally laying in bed.
Have some coffee.
Literally haven't even gotten to the coffee yet.
Sorry.
No. I'm glad you got the stone.
Got the stone.
Glad you got the stone. That's great. That's great. Holy shit.
Yep.
To everything else.
Yep. Just yep. You let me know when you're ready, and I'll wait here.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Just imagine like sleeping and then hearing, "Hey, by the way," so it's just like right to your head.
Just frantic, like ah.
Who needs an alarm?
When you got a
All right.
paria.
Yeah.
World-ending news.
All right, that needs to be on a shirt.
Alarm when you have paria.
We need to have a sending stone or something like sending
Okay.
stone with Perry's picture and have that logo. We need it. Chat, make it happen. No.
Not.
I'm joking.
That's what the chat can do.
know. I know.
You're overestimating the abilities of chat.
I know.
But do it, chat. Do it. Anyways, so as we wrap up the first day for that side, we come back over to distant land. Dane, we're gonna be doing this jumping a lot.
Yes.
Little jumps. Jump
We're just
around.
gonna go to the Alarn Oasis.
Jump up,
Uh,
jump up, get down.
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Elonea takes you two and Paizane down to like under the Sparage is the home of Elonea and Tavmaral. It's a sort of subterranean home. It's partly like storage and then partly like kitchen, living area, sleeping quarters. They've kind of converted it into like part office type space and part
Mhm.
where they live.
So is that where we used to live? I'm
No,
assuming that-
because the
lived
Sparage was
the,
a lot
other-
smaller and was a
Right.
house. You had a house before.
Right.
Your mother has moved into the Sparage in like
Got
the lower basement part. It's extremely cool down here. Like underground, it's even nicer than it is up in the Sparage, and it's very fancy as
Wasn't
well.
ours in the trader's quarter?
Yeah, you guys were
was
probably in the traders' quarter or the luxury quarter. No, probably not the luxury. Probably
I remember us saying that I went to our old house.
you probably were in the
Last
traders'
time.
quarter. I don't think you were in the dry quarter. That's like pretty
Mm-mm.
low. I think
Yeah,
you
that
were
was
in the
low.
traders' quarter before. And your mother has now moved fully into the luxury quarter, and lives within the Sparage with Tav. But she takes you to like a large like storage area. The lighting it's not torchlight. It is some sort of like magicked stone that gives off the light cantrip basically constantly. So it's got a very cool lighting. And she clears away some area. She instructs Paizane like, you move that over there, move that over there. Okay, move this out of the way.
I can
Well,
help him with that.
If he's gonna use he has the muscles, he better use them
I
for
do
something.
too.
Fine, if you insist. Move that over there, and get this out of the way. We need to clear space for adequate dancing preparation. And so you guys.
I'm not making him
move
do it
stuff.
alone. Come on.
Oh, it's fine. Listen, if it makes her like me more, I'm okay with this. This is easy for me. I can do this. If she likes that part of me, that's fine. Anyway, so you guys spend some time learning to dance with Elonea. It is not fun in the slightest. Any amount of fun there could be from this mother-daughter bonding moment has been sucked out by Paizane's presence and her constantly scrutinizing him. It is.
Does he do well with dancing though?
Let me take a look
Come
in a book
on.
called his character sheet.
Performance.
And I will do some performance.
Performance
Yeah.
and or dexterity.
We'll see. You know what? We'll do 2 of each. We'll do 2 performance and 2 dexterity. The performance DC is lower than the dexterity one. It doesn't have
Do we have
auras,
to
there's
do
no
that too?
flaring. I would say, you know what? Yeah, actually, let's say let's have a round from Medea and Mira and Paizane. Give the first performance
Okay.
check.
Okay, performance. All right.
Cool.
Okay.
Suck.
Mira, you
I step on
somehow
Paizane.
you keep up perfectly well. Mira is again the favorite child.
She's
like,
the
Elena, like,
favorite.
very good, very good. And 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Medea, it's 1, 2, 3, not 1, 2, 2, 3. Keep rhythm, dear. It's like, Paizane,
This
fine.
isn't swinging a
It's
sword.
It's like Paizane's like doing twice as good as Medea somehow. It's like
Mhm.
I've been to like one occasion. I picked up some. I actually have no idea where this is coming. It's kind of like footwork for
Very good.
fighting.
You're doing very good. I know. It
I love
doesn't
that
feel
we're
like
all
fighting
just
me.
flat rolls.
Yeah.
Yep. Very charismatic bunch we are.
Mm.
All right, now for a dexterity check.
Yes.
That should be better.
Oh boy.
Let's hope.
Oops.
Oh boy.
All right.
Oh boy.
Okay, I got
So-
the next part.
So Elena takes you guys into like a more complicated, like a twirl.
Mhm.
Paizane
I
goes
got
to like Paizane like steps on on Medea's foot, but Medea, when you're 20, you just kind of like bear through it, and you twirl Paizane, and he's like, "Whoa!" Oh, it's like twirls back. When did you learn to do that?
I don't know.
Um,
I think that was the male part, though.
I'm
Oh, well.
okay with it. That was kind of cool.
Oh, yeah.
You're better at me than I was. You're better at it than I was. Mira, as you're trying, Elena is your dance partner for the twirl. You twirl your mother. She goes, no, not so much. That's fine. What? Falls into a box.
Oh, that's gonna be the blues.
Sorry.
No. You have a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of motivation. That's good. That's good. Just a little less force. You're not throwing a monster or whatever you do. You're throwing, twirling a partner. It's a bit more delicate.
Sorry.
It's fine. Again, performance check.
It's so
In
funny.
fact, do I have better music for this?
Oof.
I don't know if I have any.
Oh, oof.
Oh
Come on,
no.
Paizane. Come on.
Sec.
Save us.
I'll do some of this. Why not? Oh dear. Yeah. Performance.
We
Oh,
all
no.
suck. This is the
Hmm.
more advanced moves.
Yeah.
Mm.
You guys. You guys go into the next set of movements, and it's just all left feet the whole time. See, there's 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. It's 1, 2, 3. You
But-
gotta fucking count.
I know how to count, but the way you're moving, you're.
It's simple. It's so simple. I'm actually gonna have Elena do a. I'm gonna have her give a. It's not. A wisdom check.
Sure.
See if she can instruct better, perhaps. Give you guys like a bonus. No, she's a terrible instructor, which makes sense.
Cool.
Go
She has
for
no
it.
patience. No patience. You're supposed to be perfect.
Maybe. I saw Medea handled the technical part last time rather well, and Mira, you had a lot of motivation. Maybe that's where your talents lie. Perhaps this is too slow paced for you. So, dexterity checks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Ooh. Oh my
Another one.
Okay.
dexterity check,
Next
Medea.
Can I flare in that
I got
moment?
the 13, then it's not too bad.
Yes, I'll
Almost
allow you a
missed, though.
flare for that, Mira. That's just
Okay.
okay. Great. So as you guys go into like the next part, there's another like a twirl and into a dip.
Didn't do too
Um,
bad.
Paizane actually, like at one point, Medea, you slightly stumble, but you're doing better.
Mhm.
Paizane adjusts and then twirls you and pulls you into like a dip.
Oh, very nice.
Oh,
Very nice.
I'm kind of getting it. It's kind of like when we fight together, except with less gore.
And less
and
weapons.
and Mira, for your part, there's like a moment where like you step on, like when your mother fell into the box before something rolled out, and you step on it, and you can feel like a moment of, oh no, about to fall, and then your aura flares, and you just hold your balance and twirl your mother. She's like, "Oh yes, you're doing it! Oh yes, I knew you had it in you." Oh,
Yes.
oh, I don't think this is entirely hopeless. I think with a bit of time, I will make dancers out of you yet. So I will consider that an overall passing success.
Cool.
Passing grade. We got a C plus.
Yeah.
Maybe a C minus.
It's day one of dance training. It's fine. But as you guys spend some time into the evening dancing, after what feels like an eternity, and for how much you guys fight, the endurance of dancing, it drains you quicker than you expect, especially with all the mistakes, and you find yourselves tiring down and ready for an evening meal. Your mother, of course, insists you must all dine as a family. In fact, one moment, please. Brain doing fart. Yes, Taloon will be stopping by, so it'll be good for your sister to meet your new Paisane. Paisane goes, "Oh,
Yes.
right, I forgot you guys have another sister. Yeah, I completely, yeah, that would be wonderful to meet her. Will your stepfather be joining us?" It's like, "Oh, well, someone has to manage upstairs. Can't leave it by itself." Right. Okay. I'm gonna go use the little Paisane's room. Toilet. I'm gonna go pee. I have to pee. It just like runs off. See, Eleanor turns. There's something about him that I don't know. It's just,
What about them?
well, he's clearly a brute, but he's trying very hard, and I appreciate that, at least. I kind of like seeing him squirm, I won't lie. I hope you understand, dear. It's nothing. It's just after Tav and your situation, I didn't expect you'd ever really bring someone home again, and when you did, it was somebody who doesn't even know what they do for a living, and what? I'm sorry. What even is he? I don't really know.
Oh, he's a Leonin.
Oh, we don't have those around here. I'm sorry. I just a bit old-fashioned, but I just figure, maybe sometime. Like, how long does he live?
Does Medea know?
Give me
I don't know if Medea even knows.
give me an intelligence check.
Oh boy, that's gonna go swell. She don't know.
Yeah, no, actually, I think it's the first time it really occurs to you. You don't know how long Leonin live.
A 6 and a 9. Nice.
Nice.
Nice. Well, I just worry because if he's not, thank you, Megan.
What'd she put?
She put a thumbs up and she said 69. Nice.
Oh.
Elodea, as Paisan runs off, Elodea pulls Medea aside. It's just, listen. We live for extremely long lives compared to some people here. I mean, there are people that I have had come to the Sparage since they were children, and they have since died. And I haven't aged a day by comparison. Some of these people, they come and go, and they're fleeting. And it's not wise to attach your heart to a dying flame, dear. I don't know what his people live to, but if it's not comparable to ours, you're just setting yourself up for heartache. That's my piece on it. I know you don't care about my opinion, so that's fine. But I do care about you, and I don't want to see you hurt. Whether you believe that or not, up to you. But I do think he needs to get a real job. Whatever he is, it needs to be something stable. Something that he can at least tell me what it is before falling all over himself.
Well, if everything goes as planned, I guess he would be... I don't think king is the right word.
Kind of a ruler of a country, kind of.
What?
Yeah, maybe.
What do you mean?
Depends. It depends.
Speak more.
on the
Continue
leopard
speaking about this.
factors.
What?
Sister, why do you
Ruler-
say anything? I say that
Ruler
in
of what
Simlish.
Ruler of what country, where, how, who, what?
It is...
That didn't come up earlier.
It is very complicated, and
Mhm.
nothing is set in stone. So,
I see. Wishful thinking then. Well, if he is... I will say this now. If that man becomes a king of a nation, I will shut down my Sparage and come and serve at his feet.
Do you promise?
Yes, dear. I promise.
And shake on it.
Put that hand out.
well,
Medea grabs it. That is Medea's new main objective.
Yeah. New, like a main objective, save world has been overwritten. Make Pyzane king.
Okay, yes. I
uh,
want my mother to lick the floors on which she walks.
my...
Oh,
Oh.
God.
I'm sorry.
No, that's funny.
Ah.
That's funny.
You're not. It's
Great.
No, it's fine. She's not a good mom in a lot of ways.
At least to Medea.
No, yeah, she's had problems. Unbreakable vow,
problems.
exactly.
Uh.
Memes.
Yeah.
Unbreakable vow. Around that time, Pyzane comes back. He's like, okay. So, food then.
Food.
Yes, food. Food, of course. I will have Eve prepare us something. She has... would you like real food or magic food? She's very good at making both.
Real food?
Okay.
I'm...
If you insist, it takes a bit more time. Magic food's a bit more convenient, and it can be whatever you want, but it is expensive. But I'm willing to make the sacrifice for my girls, of course.
What do you want, Pyzane?
Oh, anything. I eat anything. Really? Anything? No standards at all? No,
my
I have
God.
plenty of standards. I'm very picky about what I eat. I'm vegan. Oh, one of those.
No, you're not, Pyzane.
But you're not.
I don't know what to say.
Just say the truth, you idiot.
The truth is that I don't care what I eat, but she didn't like that.
I mean, you like meat.
I guess.
have
Yeah,
meat.
who doesn't like meat?
I know.
She goes,
You're the-
vegans. Right, duh, shit. I thought I was saying something else. Sorry.
It's okay.
Whatever you, let me rephrase. Elenea, Varos, Miss Varos. Mom? No. Miss Varos. Let me rephrase. Of course I have standards, but I know that the Sparage would never serve anything substandard, so I'm down to eat. I'm good to eat anything that you would provide because it would be of a good standard. Ma'am.
Yeah.
Just like... He leans over to Medea. It's just too easy. I'm sorry. I'm starting to see it. I'm starting to understand a little bit. He's a bit cute when he squirms. I'll go get Eve. And she runs
That's why
off.
she likes Tavmor.
You see, he's like, okay, you're talking to your mom is exhausting.
I know.
I don't... Okay, but I think I'm hanging in there. I think I'm doing good.
It's hard to talk to her.
Yeah, jeez. Sorry that you have to deal with that.
It's okay. I didn't for a good while.
I understand why.
Hmm.
So, is it normal for your stepdad to not join for dinner? That feels kind of weird. Like, I feel like he should
No.
be there, right?
There is some something going on.
Some kind of tension.
Yeah, I noticed that. I locked eyes with your stepdad, and I don't know. As soon as he saw me, it was like he was staring at like a ghost. It's just something. I don't know. Spooked him. when he saw me.
Well, you know what, sister? That is your story to tell, and I'll head up.
I mean,
Okay. Don't know what
Where
that's
you
supposed to
going?
mean.
come back, sister. I say that in
Twin
our
speak.
English.
And in common, no, you need to tell him sometime
No,
about
I'm not.
about your ex.
What?
um,
You don't have to.
mm,
Mira likes to stir up trouble. We both know
she
that.
does.
You don't.
She
You don't have to tell me.
really
You don't have to tell me
does.
anything. I trust you. I'm sure she's just, old Mira. You don't have to tell me anything about an ex.
Mm. Oh my god. Okay. Insight check.
Yeah,
Hold
by all
on.
means.
Insight.
Yeah, by all means.
Mm-hmm.
11?
Yeah.
He's not obscuring it very well. Yeah, he looks a little uncomfortable, but he's not gonna. You don't feel like he's pushing. He's not gonna push for it.
Not at all. Food. Let's go get food.
Yeah, exactly what I was thinking. That sounds great.
I am kind of hungry.
Me too. Yeah, dancing is harder than I thought.
And my feet kind of hurt.
So what's up with Eve? Is she like always on like that, or?
Ever since I've known her, she's always
God,
been
she's kind of weird. That gives me
something.
freaks.
I don't know.
Think she's on something?
Maybe.
Probably. All right, and you guys head off. And
She doesn't want to talk about it.
yeah, no, understandably.
Yeah.
Dinner is prepared by Eve, who you guys join in probably the below the downstairs living area. There's like a dining area. Elenea sits at like one end of the table, and the other end is where Tav would usually probably sit, and it's left empty. No setting is even put out for it.
Yeah.
And it's Mira on one side of the table, and then like Paizen and Medea on the other. And like you see, Elenea insists that Paizen sit close, like on her side. Like, oh, please, Paizen, please join me here.
It's
Oh,
okay, Mom. I can sit next to you. I haven't seen you in a while.
but I'd love to get to know him so much more, and I don't have to talk around you then, dear.
Fine.
Eve comes over, pulls the chair out for you, and like, thanks. Just sort of
He
sits
pull out
down.
his own chair, but okay.
Yeah, enjoy. It's like Eve brings out trays. There's like a roast suckling pig, various meat-based dishes after you said the word meat
meats.
earlier for Paizen, and
like
to the point
meats.
where it's like there's like duck, rabbit, chicken, pig. It's like too much meat. And it's like, well, Paizen, I had Eve prepared all the best meat dishes for you, since you were so unspecific as to what you wanted earlier. He's like,
And I'm okay with that.
thanks.
I
like a
start,
good
like,
meat medley.
yeah. I literally start taking some meat and eating it.
Mhm.
I'm
Yeah,
going right
yeah.
into it.
It's good. It's seasoned. It's not
Yeah.
poisoned.
Yeah.
Great.
I
but
would
it-
hope
I
not.
love being poisoned.
I think you feel it's more of like a passive aggressive dig against Paizen more than anything.
Yeah,
Mhm.
definitely. And
Mhm.
I am just gonna be like eating while I'm watching my mom.
Paizen's like grabs various types of meat to one tray. He's like, not no means ungrateful, but I do eat vegetables too, and fruits. I eat all sorts of things. I'm a bit of an omnivore. All the things. I'll eat anything. I bet you will.
Hmm.
So, how long will you all be staying? I can't very well teach you to dance in one day. I'm assuming you're here for a bit longer. And you said the ball is in 16 days, so
Right.
2 weeks.
We will be staying for at least a few days.
Okay. It's better than last time, I suppose. I'll take it. You don't have any you don't have anyone trying to hunt you down this time, do you? I can't handle another disaster in this
No,
garage.
I don't think that's going to happen this time.
Okay, good. Good.
Where did you get that
So-
necklace?
What? Oh, and you see, as you say it, she kind of tucks it. Oh, it's someone was just handing them out at the market the other day, and it was a gift, and I find it to be rather dashing. It accents
Why
me
did
well.
you put it underneath your shirt?
Well, I don't like to show off. Patently untrue.
I just go with whatever I just did.
Well,
That's
I
what
actually
I
thought
did.
it looked nice. I wanted to admire it a little bit more, but
I'm sorry. You caught me in a rare moment of modesty. But let's talk about the real elephant in the room. How did you two meet? Looks over to Medea.
How did we meet? I forget. Just by Paria, right?
goes through.
It's been a while, guys.
No, yeah. You two were assigned to the group after Peria, Pizane, and Q came back to the Holy Land as just the three of them after losing a bunch of party members in Zizant.
Well, Pizane was escorted by Paria, or from Paria, and we met that way.
I remember Peria. She was one of the ones that was there last time with you,
Mhm.
Yes, and there was the really short one, Q, as well.
The child, yes, I remember her. She was very crass and rude. Needs an attitude adjustment.
Yes.
There was also a tiefling with you, I believe.
Yes. Oh.
But he wasn't here. You weren't here, were you, Pizane? No. No, I wasn't. That's a bit strange. Did you meet after that event? So is this like a fling thing? You just met? It's a bit embarrassing, dear. We brought home so early, isn't it?
Definitely not.
Oh, well then why wasn't he here last time?
I forget why he wasn't there last time.
Well,
We told him not.
Pizane was in exile.
yeah.
He was
Pizane was in exile at the time.
He went to go face his crimes with Zubidora.
So Pizane's like, I was in the middle of a work
Invisible.
performance review
Yeah.
with my employer. Am I using the
Yes.
right words? Is that right?
Yes.
That is a great way to put it.
Interesting. Well, I do respect someone who prioritizes their employment and understands a good hard day's work, but next time I would hope you would make time for family as well. Medea told me that you hadn't seen her in so long. I thought it would be rude. We thought it would be rude if the first time you saw her in a while, I was there as well. It didn't seem like my place to be there. How considerate. Maybe if you'd been there, they wouldn't have blown up 4 of my tables. How is that my fault? I don't. How is everything I say wrong? How's everything I say wrong?
It's hard to get used to.
Well, I am very concerned, I will say. Everything I've heard so far does not paint me a picture of stability. But I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt, and there's a severe doubt. So I would like to know, what are your intentions with my daughter?
There it is.
There it is.
I intend to love her. And I will make sure she doesn't die. That's good. Not what I was expecting. I can see that you haven't put a whole lot of thought into this, have you? It's like, I'm not. Am I messing up? I'm not really understanding the question. Am I supposed to plan out love, or?
I mean,
I
that's
don't-
how my mother does it.
Oh. With all due respect, Miss Varos, we have a really dangerous lifestyle.
Mhm.
We're fighting. Not to sugarcoat it, we're fighting like demons regularly, and I mean, I've died literally, and come
I just
back.
hold your hand. I hold your hand
Yeah.
as.
And I don't really plan that far ahead. I just kind of like, he looks over to you, like being with her in the moment, and whatever moment I get with her is enough for me.
I just smile. I smile and I turn to him.
Aw.
Hearts. Yes, hearts.
Linnea is like, I'll accept that for now. Although, it seems like it's mostly your own choice to fight these demons, I should say. You have plenty of opportunity to get a more stable, safe job, but if it's... Well, we're kind of like saving the world, so it's not really a choice anymore. Like, I
What kind of
don't even know how to respond to that. Well, then let me get to my last important question. You are a, was it Leonin, I believe? Yes. Right. My daughter, and all of my family, myself, are Eladrin. We are a long-lived species. We will live to see civilizations rise and fall. How long will you live? Do you crest the 100? 200? 3? Because my daughter's barely out of her first century. She'll see 6 more. If she's lucky, and she stays safe, and she knows what's good for her. Long life is a good life. How long do your Leonin live? Because if you don't live half as long as we do, what you are doing here is selfish. Paizin takes a second.
I'm starting to visibly get angry.
I never really thought about any of that, I guess.
You can see
don't know.
Medea's like grip on Paizane is tightening. I don't know if he wants to do an insight check on Medea.
Yeah, I think he might. Real quick. Say, oh, it's not his best.
Okay,
Roughly the same.
You can tell that she's at least she's a little like she's looking to be like angry. Her lips are starting to purse.
Yeah. Actually, I'm kind of a special case, Miss Faros. I mentioned before that I already died. Like, yes, that's not a very big vote of confidence for me, you understand. Well, I'm currently in a sort of how do I word this? Contractual immortality, which I don't know if that will extend my normal life. What does that even mean? I can't die. Can't. I just won't. Stubborn that way. Just like I won't stop loving your daughter, and I won't care if you approve of me or not. I'm just gonna do it anyways.
My grip when it was starting to like loosen a little bit. I'm a little bit more comfortable after you said that.
She's like, I see. I'm starting to understand. There's something I'm missing here. Full disclosure, Paisin, I heard something earlier that was very interesting. Are you slated to be ruler of a nation in the near future? He's like, oh yeah. Which one? It's like, well, you're not supposed to really spread this one around, but, word is Zivadona is stepping down, so to speak. And I told you I was one of her claim keepers, and I'm also like the last claim keeper left, because you know your daughters killed Vex, and then Freya died a long time ago. We're not going to talk about that, and then Osiren ran away. So I'm kind of the next in line, so to speak. See, Olivia goes. Inside check.
Yep.
Oh my.
Which extreme is it?
Check. Yeah.
She leans back and goes, well, why didn't you fucking start with that? That changes literally everything I've contextualized about you up to this point. Dear, you really know how to bury the lead. You're... Mr. Paisin, I am so grateful that you have taken an interest in little Medea. It is so nice of you. I am sure you will be able... She's like immediately realizing... And I'm sure you will be interested in expanding the Sparage into Bardestian territory once your rule is complete.
There it is.
Realizing the
Well,
handshake that was made.
Yep. Well, based on my experience thus far, I can say every town in Bardest needs a Sparage. Yes, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. Oh God. Jesus.
Oh my.
She calls out, Eve, where is Talune? She hasn't come to dinner yet. Oh, she's upstairs with Tavmaral. They're discussing things. Like, I told her you were down here expecting her, but she asked to have her meal with Tavmaral. Oh, has she now? I was hoping to share some good news with her. I see. Well, her loss. We're having such a good time down here. Well, Paisin, I was going to see if I could introduce you to my other daughter and see if maybe there's work for her in your new kingdom, but we can get to that later. I have so many ideas on how to expand the facilities, and I knew Bardest is like 80% desert, so I think there's a lot of room for improvement. And could we go over some I appreciate it. Maybe we should wait until I have the crown, so to speak. We don't want to put the eggs before the cart.
The carriage, or that.
Whatever that is. I think that's the saying. I think it's eggs before the carton.
Eggs before the cart, then.
Yeah, I think that's the saying. Pretty sure. It must be a Bardestian saying. I've never heard that one. Yeah, it's the eggs before the cart. How quaint.
Oh, I don't know if I like her.
Yeah, no, it's kind of
him?
it's a difference now, isn't it?
I don't know how to feel about it.
Boy, she's a gold digger.
Yeah.
She's a woman of enterprise who sees an opportunity
Yes.
before her that she's not
Yeah.
gonna let slip away.
Yes.
A gold
That is mother.
digger.
You can want it however you want. That's how I'm looking at it.
Okay. All right.
Oh my goodness.
The evening progresses and gets
Mhm.
significantly more sociable after my natural 19 insight
Ooh.
check
God
to
dang.
determine that he was not in fact lying, and there might be some credence to his claim to the throne of Bardast. That certainly changed the tone. Is there anything else you two would like to accomplish on this first day
When we
as you guys wrap up the meal?
into the night, yes.
Okay. Medea, was there anything else you'd want to do?
I mean, I would probably want to go and see. What's her name? Talon.
Yeah, you can head upstairs. After you guys finish the
After.
meal, we'll keep everyone else up here, but I'd say Medea excuses herself. You step upstairs. I have to go grab Talon's token. One sec. I thought I had it out and ready, but I guess I'll have to pull it out from there. I don't know why I don't have it. So, Eve is downstairs with Mother. Linnea is downstairs as well. You see, as you come upstairs from around the corner, I'll keep Mira there for stream's sake. You see, Talon is currently like up at the counter and like with Tav. They have like a couple of plates and some drinks. It's just like a kind of like a just standing dinner, like at the desk and just talking. And you see Tav kind of has his head like leaning over, like one hand on a fork as like they're just sort of sitting, and Talon's kind of pulled a chair up to the desk.
Still on the main map if you moved stuff around.
Oh, thank you. I thought I had. Thank you.
You were talking
Thank you very
like, yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
thank you
okay.
so much. I thought I had.
DM to DM.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I didn't notice shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see Talon is up at the front counter, and Tav is just sort of as you step up, he's muttering, but you can hear from where you are. I really don't know what to do with her anymore. Ever since she got involved with that weird cult, it's just been. At first, I tried to talk her out of it. God knows I did, but ever since the fucking decree, nothing we can really do about it. We can't get them out of town. And she said it would be good for business if we showed that we were aligned with the local religious whatever. I don't even remember. So Tulum goes, I still don't know why the president believed that would be a force of good in any way. Establishing them in every town, it's confusing to say the least. And Mother, she really has. She's taken to it more. I never knew her to. And she notices you for a moment. Medea.
Hello.
Tav, father told me that you two were in town. I should have. Oh, Medea. Apologies. Would you like some? It's like cheese. It's like a various mix of like some of the things that they give to the people here, like meats, cheeses, fruits. It's just like a kind of like a charcuterie board kind of situation. They're just kind of picking at.
After all the meat, yeah, I could use some cheese.
Yeah, I smelled a lot of. I thought it was my nose acting up, but it smelled like 4 or 5 different meats cooking at the same time. I don't. Your mother's probably trying to do some weird manipulation tactic with that Paisane, was it? I can't imagine that went well.
No, not great.
Talon goes, "Who are we talking about? Is this some new guest of the Sparaj, or?"
Oh, I brought Paisin. He's
Oh.
my boyfriend.
Oh, that's wonderful. I had no
Mm.
idea.
And how have you been?
I've been busy. I've been very busy. The Sun Dune, it's been pretty bad, actually. I'm gonna be honest. After you two left in the coming weeks,
Mhm.
there were these new decrees by the capital. Everyone has to attend a weekly service. This local church.
We have a
Some
church.
apparently
Oh.
now.
Oh.
Thank goodness they couldn't establish one here because of the conditions. So we all just make the daily trip across to the church to the east. They've established a predefined route now. It's good for people who need to get to the Stone of Tragedy, but now it's Pilgrim's End has become some outpost for animosity. This they call anyone who calls themselves a cult can't be good. I just have to say that right now.
Hmm. What I have known about these guys, I remember
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
had
yeah,
a brush with them, right?
Yes, you did, and
It's been a
you
while.
learned through Peria and Dane and everything, and you learned that the cult of animosity. You actually had a big brush with them in Valertana. They
Mm.
were inciting the masses there with the uprooting and everything. It's where you met Kribis again. The cult of animosity, so self-named. You know the truth is they were sent by the Order. They are a fake religion that essentially promotes embracing the hatred and animosity you feel towards your enemies, for that is noble and holy and good. And
Mhm.
it's essentially trying to empower the apostle of hatred, which is President Dane, by spreading hate throughout Dane. And their primary focus and their primary target is against Calciphilians, which is
Mhm.
Tark's people, the Apostle of
Mhm.
Love. Essentially, the Order is literally trying to stoke the flames of war, and has done
Right.
so through having the president say, "You have to go to a weekly service by these people now.
Yeah.
So is my law." You see, Talon,
Mhm.
it's like, "I've been trying to get around the law as best I can, and anytime someone comes to me and tries to get out of going to the service, I've tried to smuggle them away before any of the members of this ridiculous cult notice."
Do they have any power? I'm assuming they have power here then.
Oh yes, it's
Even among the
subtle.
escorts?
I, as commander of the escorts,
Mhm.
I speak with them on a regular basis. They have representatives who come out from Pilgrim's End, and I don't really understand it. They have equal power to what a duke or governor would have for the region. Their word is law, as per President Dane's decree. I don't know. I don't know what the point of it is. All they do when you're there is they have a communion and then go in for about an hour about how horrible the enemy is, how deplorable they are, and how we should and will hate them. For the most part, most of us who go
Mhm.
tip our glass to the side and void most of the whatever this is, the
Mhm.
dogma. But for some reason, Mother really leaned into it. She went once, and then she was, I don't know. It's like she
It
was
does seem a
brainwashed.
little more controlling than usual.
Tav goes, you have
Little more.
no idea. I got into a fight with her about it a week or two ago.
Oh,
I tried to put my foot down, and you know,
I put up a seat.
we've always known who wears the pants, or whatever the saying is here. I've never tried to control her. You can't control Elonea. She's a force of nature, and I've always loved that about her in some way. But she's trying to get the patrons to go. She's offering deals for anyone who goes. She's trying to it's like she's a promoter for them now. She's even wearing their damn amulet. She
Well,
never
that's what
wears
she-
iconography like that. She's never even
That's
been
what she
religious,
thought.
as far as I knew before this.
Yeah, no, she was never really religious.
It's concerning, and it's starting to scare me a bit. And she's become hateful in a way that is different from her usual bullshit.
Mhm. Well, maybe I can get Mira to talk to her about it.
Maybe.
I certainly won't get through to her. Try to figure out why. I'm not telling them what the real reason.
No, yeah, no, of course not. No,
Yeah. I'll
understandable.
try to figure out why she's acting this way. Maybe Mira can dissuade her from going to these sermons.
I hope, because neither of us have had any luck. Talon nods. I have tried, but all it ever got me was a stern talking to about my duty and responsibility to the president, and how I am in a position of power. People look to me for guidance, and I should be going there first thing in the morning. I should be setting an example. She's right in a lot of ways, but not about this.
Mm-hmm.
This just feels wrong. This whole thing. I mean, I heard stories about other towns. There have been riots. There have been
Valertana.
incidents. Yeah, I heard something about them a while ago. It feels like everything's just getting out of control.
Mm-hmm.
If you think either of you has any chance of convincing her,
Mm-hmm.
I urge you to do it, but I also urge you not to stay too long.
Right.
I don't know what it's going to do to anyone who stays. I'm surprised we're still sane, because it feels like everyone else is insane.
Mm. We'll talk to her. I rub Talon on the back. We'll try to get through to her.
Thank you. And try to keep her away from this boyfriend as much as possible. We don't want her to ruin him.
Oh, trust me, he's stubborn. I
Good.
think he'll be fine.
He'll need to be. Does he know what he's getting into with this family?
You know.
Don't tell him. You'll lose him immediately.
Fair.
The Tavmeral goes, that's not very fair. So, but no, actually, that's a good point, though.
Mhm.
Please don't tell me he knows about me.
No.
Good. He looks like he could snap me in half if he wanted.
Probably could.
I'm not as spry as I once was, and he's big. Holy shit. Did you see that hammer he was lugging around?
Yeah. Right.
You sure know how to pick them, Medea.
Yeah, I do. There's some kinship here. There's some
There is,
kinship.
there
There's
is.
some
There's a moment
good
of like,
vibes.
yeah. You all share probably a laugh for a moment.
Yes. All
All right.
right. I guess I'm gonna take some cheese and be like,
Yes, here. Smuggle some down. Smuggle some. Give some to Mira. She can't just eat all that meat.
That's true.
Good for anyone.
I just get a little pile
Smuggle
of
like
cheese.
a little pile of cheese and meat.
Cheese.
Fruit cheese. Right.
Yeah.
And you.
All right. Yeah.
So that's Medea's half of the evening. Mira,
Yeah.
what are you going to accomplish in the evening?
So nothing until it's closer to bedtime. Once it's closer to bedtime, I kind of want to
I handed you out cheese.
figure
I am
out
tithing
what
cheese.
room my mother is staying in.
Okay, that's pretty easy. You get delivered cheese at one point from your sister.
I
Oh.
talked to you about mother.
You explain.
Thank you.
I said, so mother is a little more controlling than usual. Tavmral's had just about enough, so has Talon.
I think we need to
Don't blame
do.
him.
Do you tell me about your entire conversation you had?
Pretty
upstairs?
much. I
Okay.
summarize it. Yeah, not the Pizane thing with the
Right.
Sure, you leave that out.
Yeah.
I think we need to do two things. First, we need to get that amulet away from her. Second, we need to destroy a church.
What?
It is the only one they can go to from here. And if we get rid of it, Mother will be safe for a time.
Who's to say mother won't erect the church? You know how she is.
I can't.
Business venture.
I can't help but feel that that thing she is wearing is having an influence.
So we just need to destroy the
But she will just get another
I
one.
mean, it's beautiful.
She will just get another one, sister. We're not gonna be able to relax for these 10 days.
Why is it going to spring Pizane?
I know. It
Getting all,
seems
like kiddish.
every time we find a moment to relax, we find something else that needs to be done. And this time...
let it... Hey, you could let it go. It's,
No.
You know...
No.
I mean...
We can't. We can't.
The point... The problem is more so the root of Dane.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's been decreed. I'm not telling you what to do. We can absolutely destroy a church if you want. That sounds great.
Sounds awesome.
Sounds awesome. Destroying a church of evil sounds great.
Yes.
Cult needs to go.
Mhm.
But
it's only gonna help for a time.
It's only going to delay.
Temporary.
Yeah.
It's not. It's a stopgap measure. It's not a solution.
I know.
So if you two did want to use this still as downtime, that's fine, and then just put it on your to-do list to come back and kill Dane later. Still something you have to do anyways.
Yeah.
But if you two are committing to, we need to demolish a church, we will end the session now, because I don't have that ready.
No, this needs to be discussed with the rest of the party.
Yeah.
Oh, so this
Are we
is
telling
you're going to
Pizane
try
this?
to unite the party for this.
Yes. This
Oh,
this is not
okay.
we're going and doing this now.
This
This is
Come on.
we probably could,
I mean,
Good old days.
Pizane, Talon, Mira, Medea, maybe could work.
The problem is Paria could make us look like other people. She can't do that anymore. I am just now remembering.
I can only do that. I can do that one more time.
No, she used to
For
be able
yourself.
to cast seeming, I
Seeming.
believe.
Mm.
But I'm remembering that I have trouble remembering her spells.
Look, we can just.
She has changed
decide-
so many times. It's so
Yeah.
hard to keep track
She
of.
is.
Bet.
Look, we can just get like cloaks that cover our face, and
I just... At the very least, I'm getting that amulet from her.
okay, how we do that?
I'll take care
I
of
can
it.
just rip it off of her.
No.
Oh.
I will take care of it tonight.
you guys
Hopefully the door
devise and
opens.
plan. As night falls, you guys are given rooms.
Mhm.
There's not enough rooms downstairs for everyone. They don't have like guest rooms downstairs, so you are offered rooms in the Sparage, of course, to sleep. Obviously, Medea and Paizen are given one room
Mhm.
after the approval. Finally, I think there was plans to give you individual rooms before.
Yeah, of course it would. Nah, I wouldn't use the
Mhm.
Now
one
it's
room.
like,
I'd just use the Paizen room.
royalty. Yeah, no, please, Paizen. Spend an evening with my daughter. Here's a complimentary bottle of wine.
Yes, please. I don't
Here's
like
some
the
oysters.
bottles of
Go,
wine.
go.
Oh my god.
Anyways,
Uh,
lock that. She grabs Medea and goes, "You better lock this one in."
Oh my god.
Just
Don't say it like that.
after Tav, come. Just. I love you. Goes to bed. It's like, is it good that she approves, or am I like?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now,
I'm like, oh.
Paizen, break something.
Yeah.
Not the bed.
Make her
No.
like you a little bit less now.
Yeah.
Damn
You did too good. Damn
Yeah.
it.
You went too far.
All right. Mira.
Yeah.
As everyone goes to bed. Here's the thing.
Mhm.
You're an Eladrin.
Yeah.
Your mom's an
Loves
Eladrin.
the
Yeah.
Eladrin.
Your
Yep.
mom's a workaholic.
Mhm.
Yes.
You know she only needs 4 hours of sleep.
I
You
do.
don't know if they're going to align with your 4 hours.
I'm
of sleep
gonna
of trance.
stay up and take exhaustion if I have to.
Okay.
Oh, sister.
So
You'll know we could take shifts, right?
Switch
Would we know
music.
around what time our moms goes to sleep?
generally
we knew her
she
habits when we were
yes,
kids.
because there is the Sparage used to close for the night. Nowadays it is kind of like a shift situation. Because thankfully her and Tav are both able to just do a 4-hour rest, kind of like you guys are. So you know that usually Tav would sleep first and then she would sleep second. So you know she's usually goes to her bed like 4 in the morning. Like she's usually up pretty late and then she sleeps the last bit.
So,
Um,
if that's the case, I would try to get my trance in, I guess,
when
earlier.
Tav Moral is up.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
and
go to bed
I'll
like right away.
basically keep an ear out to make sure she doesn't get up early.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, before going down for that, I'm going to take my armor off.
Okay. That makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Why
Yep.
do we need it? Why do we need it in here?
I'm specifically because of disadvantage is why I'm taking it off
Stuff.
for what I'm gonna be doing. Yep.
Okay. I do not have maps of the
Yep.
bedroom area down below, so we'll just keep it here and go theater of the mind. After into the evening hours, you guys keep watch and make sure. Eventually, you hear Tav setting up to go downstairs, or rather, he sleeps first. He comes up, and Elena's at the front desk, and he's like, "Elle, if you're ready for bed, I'm ready to switch out. Took you long enough? I swear, in your age, you're starting to sleep longer." You know that's not possible, dear. Well, we'll see. I'll be timing it next time. Fine,
damn.
whatever. Have a good night. She just walks downstairs. See, Tav comes out and takes his seat at the front and kind of like pours himself a cup of probably coffee, something or other.
Coffee.
So to set the stage here, the rooms you're in are on the upstairs of the Sparage.
Okay.
So you had to come downstairs.
Okay.
Probably somehow either be sneaking. At some point, the guards do go to bed. The guards are not 24-hour. They are definitely gone for the evening.
Okay.
And you would have to come out from like these directions that go upstairs. And so as you come around the corner, you do see I have to put people.
As I come around
Do
the
you- do you
corner
want-
invisibly.
There you go. You pop around the corner, invisible. Tav does not seem to notice your presence. But yeah, you have to get past him, go downstairs.
Yep. So I will sneak.
Give
And
me a stealth check with advantage.
Yep. I think the system might mark it at disadvantage. Hold on. If I unequip my armor, it might be smart enough. Let me find where. There it is. Okay, so if I do that.
Also, foolish of me to assume we could get through 10 days of downtime roleplay in one session.
Yes.
I truly thought there'd be a lot more hand waving than there was.
Oh man, we want to knock this out.
God has cursed me for my hubris, and my work is never finished.
Yes.
Teen stealth. Okay, yeah. As you, he is just waking up.
Yep.
Still has sleepies. Not sleepies. He trances, but still, like.
Yeah.
Elves are bullshit.
Yeah. Accurate.
How do you approach? Because there's the counter. You have to go over it or. Right?
Yeah. I kind of sneak around and try to go to like the side to climb over the counter.
Okay, you climb over. There is a moment where as you're like climbing, your foot like slips a little bit on the like the top. And there's like a little eat sound, and he does turn over, and he looks, and he kind of like. Need more fuck. Maybe I'll try actually sleeping like a human or something. Maybe that'll help.
Oh, poor Tav.
And you get across. Right, and then you carefully make your way down the stairs, spiraling around. As you're at the base of the stairs, like you stop for a moment and you hear the sound of your mother's voice. It's like, "All right, Eve, you can take off for a bit. Tav's got things covered. I'm going to get my 4 hours, and then we'll be right back at it. Good old rotation." It's like, all right, I really hope one of these days you take a day off. It never stops. What was that? Nothing.
Even
You
Eve
see,
has.
Eve
Oh my
sweeps up the
God.
stairs past you, and as she passes you, you hear, "Fucking bitch," and she just continues up the steps.
Oh my god! All right, I like her now. Never mind. She's not weird no more.
You stalk past and down. Your mother is walking towards a single room that you saw when you were at dinner. It's like just off to the side. And you see she opens the door, and she doesn't seem to be. She's not like secretive. She's not like looking around or anything.
Yeah.
She just opens the door, walks in. Seems to be a bedroom. She has. It looks like Eve before leaving prepared like a pan of water, like steaming water with some like cloths and everything. And you see your mother begin to like daub and do some basically evening bathing rituals. She starts to disrobe, take off a few things. At one point, you do see she reaches for the amulet, grabs it, and then there's a moment of like weirdly like stopping, and then lets go and continues to wash with the amulet on for some reason or another.
Of course she does. I wish I could be watching this.
What do you do as your mother is preparing for bed?
Basically at this point, I'm just gonna be waiting until she's obviously like started her trance. As an elf, I know what that looks like.
You do. You also know, as part of trance, you remain semi-consciousness, so it's a little bit harder to do this. This is unfortunately like she's not a heavy sleeper. She's literally not a sleeper. So
yeah. It's easier to rouse from sleep.
Does she trance with her eyes open?
No.
God, that'd be weird.
Like just like pretty much. Her bed is just a very comfortable cushion without like blankets. She just lays back on and closes her eyes. As she finishes her preparations, she has like a nice, like very thin, silken, some sort of nightgown of some sort. Lets her hair down. She touches one of the lights that is like has this enchantment of this cantrip light, and you see it just dims to a point of like near darkness, but not full darkness.
Okay.
And then she walks over to the cushion and just she does close the door, of course, and then gets herself into bed.
Okay, so
do you go in the room before the door closes?
I will attempt to, yes.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
Yep.
Again, disadvantage. Or advantage,
yeah.
what I meant to say.
Ooh.
Delicious.
She rolled a
Slips
natural
into there
7.
like a slithery
So that's
snake.
like you just right into the doorway as she's getting ready to close it, and you're in the room with her invisible, and she walks over and lays down and begins her trance, and her breathing becomes even and steady, and she's in that state of semi-consciousness.
Okay.
Does she mutter anything in her trance at all?
Stocks, dividends.
So, the
insurance
first
policy.
Stock
It's like
buybacks.
weird. Yeah.
the first thing I want to do while she's in her trance.
It's funny.
Business.
Now this will
Business.
let me get the text here for myself real quick. Spell ends attacks or casts. Okay, casts a spell. Okay.
Right.
And this has
Like you can manipulate objects without breaking invisibility.
that. Not what I was thinking. I was contemplating trying to identify it first.
That it will end the invisibility, but as long as you're not moving, just appearing doesn't like create noise necessarily. So
yeah.
that might not be bad.
Don't you be touching the object to identify it?
Yes, you do.
Yep.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
With Dimension Door.
What about Dimension Door?
So I can take objects up with me.
Uh-huh. I think it would usually
Yeah.
specify who isn't being worn or carried or something. It
Okay.
doesn't bring one creature. It doesn't specify weirdly. You can bring along objects as long as your weight doesn't exceed what you can carry. Weird.
So that's
but
a question
thing.
that I need the DM to decide
That's the
on.
thing. It's still around her neck. So
It
you
is,
probably
but
have to do
Dimension
some
Door
kinda
is a
dexterity.
spell. I literally just have to lightly touch it.
Yeah, but then you'd probably bring her along with it because it's attached to her.
You have to be carrying it because it specifies the weight can't exceed what you can carry, so you do have to be holding it.
Okay.
But nothing's stopping you from. I mean, it would be a Hail Mary because you'd have to pretty much grab the necklace, which will probably wake your mom up. But if you grab it and then Dimension Door, the worst thing that'll happen is she thinks an assailant grabbed her necklace. She doesn't know it's you.
All right. So that's the failsafe. That's the backup plan.
Yeah. If you just go grab and Dimension Door, she'll wake up and be like, thief, but she won't know it's you.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
cool. So so you're aware, if something goes wrong to that point, that will be my last ditch. Grab it, Dimension Door to my room.
Fair.
Because I think you don't have to see the place. I think it's within
Nope.
500 feet. It's fair to say.
500 feet. Absolutely.
Okay. So that's the fail-safe plan.
Okay.
The current plan is
So-
to try and remove it quietly.
Okay. So you sneak on over to your mom's side as she's laying down in this trance state.
Mhm.
The necklace is like a thin gold chain with the golden cursive A with the like wreathing flames on the side.
Yep.
And it does have a clasp at the back.
Okay. I am going to. This will break invisibility. Standing behind her, I'm going to cast Silence on us so that it makes no noise as I go to remove it.
Okay.
Is there
Think
any
about-
noise going on?
Let me
That's what I
Let
I
me
need to see
check.
something.
What are
Yeah.
it's verbal
'Cause that would be
somatic.
suspicious.
So that's
She's not sleeping.
I was gonna say
Mhm.
before
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll a
weird.
d30.
Yeah, it's a weird circumstance.
Because this comes from personal experience for me.
Hmm.
Okay.
Oh,
Pretty low.
It's very low.
There does seem to be some ambient noise of this barrage from up above of activity of people coming and going, footsteps or something. I know personally, I use wireless headphones when I sleep to use white noise when I sleep. What wakes me up more than anything in the world is the sudden absence of noise when they die. I wake up like I'm being like someone yelled in my ear.
Oh,
and
wow.
So as you cast silence, your invisibility
Same
breaks.
Also,
I need a
the
stealth
door-
check
Dimension door
immediately.
has verbal.
What happened?
Dimension door has verbal components.
But he can drop concentration on silence and then cast Dimension Door.
Oh, okay.
And Dimension Store is not even concentration.
No. I will need a stealth check immediately. You are no longer invisible.
If I flare, that would make my aura flare up, which has light, which would be
does
a
have
bad...
light. It would be correct. That is a good mechanical thing to remember.
Half pacing in her room now. Right now, she's just like, that's probably the noise. That's probably the noise up above.
Oh, baby!
Okay, I need to ask, do you
thank
maintain
God.
concentration on silence?
If she wakes up, I don't.
As you cast this, you appear, your mother's eyes pop open, and she sits up.
Yeah, I would immediately drop, knowing that
You duck down.
Whatever reason that woke her up.
Yeah, you duck down, and you drop the silence, and she goes, and you hear her going, the fuck? What the? Seems to be working now. I have to have Eve check my ears later.
Nice
That's
good
weird.
wash.
One of those dreams where you're walking along and you suddenly trip. She lays back down after being jolted awake. Alright. Your natural 20, I'm not even gonna roll. There's no chance she can beat that on her perception.
Okay.
She lays back down and begins her trance again, but you now know, unfortunately, I rolled too low on the D30. There is ambient noise.
Okay. Okay.
She does live under a busy establishment.
Yeah.
That's kind of...
That's fair. In that case, I'll wait like a solid like 5 or so minutes so she's like it feels like she's fully back into it.
Yep, fully back in trance.
And then I will. It does have verbal components, so I don't know if you want a check for this, but I will recast invisibility on myself.
Okay, I'll allow it. With the passing off the stealth, you just mutter, especially since you realize now it's more so about there was no noise. That's what woke her up. A little bit of noise won't be too bad. She's used to some noise.
Okay. I'll make my way out of wherever I quickly ducked behind.
Yeah. You just like went prone on the ground next to her bed, and she just sat up and was scanning at eye level, but you're like right down there. It's like weird. Okay. And just
Don't look, don't look.
back up after 5 or so minutes.
Okay.
All right.
I'll try this
wake
the
mommy.
old-fashioned way. Okay, so
If you're going to try to unclasp it without her noticing, that will be a sleight of hand check.
yeah. Now this is a weird question.
Okay.
If you're invisible, your aura is invisible too.
Yes, you can flare without it. Well, that's a question of
Exactly. It's a question that hasn't ever.
Invisibility. Ask light effects 5e. Because if you gave the light cantrip on yourself and then turn invisible, does the light still emanate from the visible creature? Because the whole thing about invisibility that I understand is it's bending light to hide you. So I would say no. Double checking. Good old Reddit.
Yep, I use it all the time.
So much for that well-deserved rest.
What happens if I'm...
So, people are saying specifically, it seems like it's an age-old question that if your hand was around a stone that had light emitting, no, because your hand is blocking the light. But if the light is emitting from something external, like you were holding a lantern, or in this case, the aura off of your body, the light would still appear. Now, you're not visible, so it would just be a really weird environmental flare of light that has no source. She does have her
What's-
eyes closed.
Question.
Yes.
The light that was dimmed, what color is it?
It's like a whitish blue. It's like a faint, like normal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say maybe she'd think it's the trick of the light that was emanating. I don't know.
No, she doesn't have pink mood lighting.
Okay, damn it. I was hoping.
Would be convenient.
It would
Yes.
be. I'd say you can try to flare if you'd like. Flaring once might not be terrible. Repeated flaring or using it like to re-roll, you might be pushing your
I
luck.
think I'm gonna just do the once for advantage
Okay.
because I don't think
Okay.
I don't think because there's the noise aspect. I don't think I'm gonna get advantage for invisibility on removing it.
No,
I think that's
unfortunately.
so.
It's not even just noise, it's the sensation of a necklace being
Yeah.
removed from her skin. You have to
Mhm.
be very delicate.
Yeah.
Did she put it? Question. Does she sleep nude?
No, I mentioned she had like a silk nightgown of sorts.
mhm.
Okay, so is it under her silk or above her silk?
It seems to be above. She like specifically pulled it out and like
Okay.
she like looked at it before going to bed at one point.
Okay, so
Like,
it's
she
more
used
so
to-
the pressure of it not having it than the actual skin
Correct.
touch.
It's the weird feeling of
Okay.
like, it's suddenly absent. But she's also
Lighter.
trancing. Yeah.
Right.
All right.
It's also not terribly heavy. It's not like moving like the Hope Diamond, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Pretty
not bad.
good.
It's not bad.
22, sleight of hand.
Pretty
The
good, pretty good.
slightest,
Not better than I do.
the most minuscule flare of pink aura as you urge your hands to move steadily and dexterously. You just sort of like one hand slightly puts pressure on the pillow, another hand comes in and just unclasp, pulls away, and then once you have both of the ends in your hand, it's just one quick up as it just in fact, with a pretty good roll of that, you time it with her breathing so it doesn't feel like an absence. Like as she raises, you lift it up and falls away, and you have the amulet in your hands.
And I will quietly step back and dimension door.
Dimension door. Okay. You disappear and reappear in your own room
I
by yourself.
make sure my door is locked, and then I'm going to take a minute to cast Identify.
Okay. As you cast this identification spell, this is a signet of animosity. It is a divine symbol of the cult of animosity. While wearing it, the wearer's own personally held grudges, hatreds, animosity, various negative emotions are amplified. There is no hypnotizing or mind controlling effect. It simply acts as a catalyst that enhances and multiplies your already existing issues. Which, whatever that says about your mother, isn't great. That it doesn't like
Great.
instill new hatred, it just
Yeah.
makes it worse.
Yeah.
It
Right.
brings all of the worst bits to the surface. You could even call this a cursed amulet, realistically. This is like, it's an amulet that has no effect, but its curse is this. Is that
So,
while wearing it.
You said amulet of hatred, should I call it, or amulet of?
Animosity. I'll put it
Animosity.
in. I'll put
Yeah.
sources
Yeah.
for you. Signet
All right,
of-
so don't. Hopefully, she doesn't come across any drow.
But I put it in resources. I don't know why resources
Uh,
specifically, but
Yeah. Let
I don't know
me.
why resources I
do
chose. Should
that.
have been miscellaneous, but it's fine.
It's
Signet of
fine.
animosity.
Yep, just so I can copy paste. I'm gonna
Mhm.
put this into my bag of holding
Okay.
for
On
people.
a bag of folding again.
You would also know from identification that while a creature is cursed by this amulet, they are apprehensive of removing it or losing it or giving it away. They will do everything in their power to keep it.
Or get a new one.
Yeah. You don't feel like there's necessarily a sense of like your mother's going to be like hurt by not having it. It's not like a withdrawal effect or anything, but you do feel like when she wakes up and realizes it's gone, she will be frantic.
She will be a little bit upset.
It's like losing your wedding ring or something. Yeah.
But it's
Give me
Where'd that go?
You know what? No. You used identify. You know it's going to be more than a little upset. You know this is going to be she's going to raise hell to find this based on the curse of this thing.
gotcha.
People who are cursed in this way, they're not rational.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Are the trade quarters open?
Maybe the whole district is hard to say. Different shops might be open.
I have like
It's like 4 in the morning.
3.5
so it's middle of
hours.
the night.
Hmm. No, I don't think. Sorry, my thought process is if I could just, get it disenchanted and put it back on her.
Oh, that's
No.
disenchanting is not
No,
easy
no.
or no, yeah. I also believe that usually the disenchantment process would destroy the object, but anyways.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I'm going to go over to the room my sister is staying in and just kind of lightly knock. Hello, are you awake?
Would I be awake? I think I
You
was
said you were pacing, I think, before.
I was pacing.
Yeah. So,
Hey.
Paizane's probably
what's
sitting
up?
up on the bed, just like, when are we gonna go to sleep?
Paisen, you can do that later.
Oh, no, not weird here.
Alright, anyways,
It is hard to sleep here sometimes.
no, it's,
Yes, sister.
so, and I'll come in, lock the door.
Yeah.
The, necklace that Mom was wearing.
Mm-hmm. Very pretty.
I explain the magical
Word
bad properties.
Oh, that's concerning.
Okay, so then you got it. Great.
Yes, I don't think she's going to
Mission
be happy
complete.
when she wakes up, but,
She's never happy.
well, okay, alright. But at least it won't be amplified. I feel like she's not going to divorce Tav because of it.
Why would divorce come up? They're just having a spat, right?
The amulet kind of...
She didn't notice the ring.
Oh,
notice the ring. I
I'm
didn't notice it.
right. Well, they were kind of arguing, and Mother wasn't wearing her wedding ring, so
Oh.
I think this has kind of put a rift between them. Mom is not a good. She's not the best person, but I think this is amplifying her controlling nature and her anger
And
at
her
everything,
disdain.
disdain, and
Well,
Maybe
and
that would
happiness.
explain some of. I mean, I don't know your mom that well, but you know.
Yeah.
I hesitate to. I hesitate to tell Tav what I have done, and
Why though? He seems to be kind of at his wit's end.
He
was eating a lot of cheese yesterday.
That's gonna
Or last night.
come back to bite him. No, you're right. He needs to know what is happening because of this. Let's.
Maybe we shouldn't tell him everything.
Okay, so I'm catching up a little bit, but this is that whole order thing
Animosity.
Mhm.
yeah, for the apostle here, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So, okay. I am always down to like bash skulls, break shit.
Yes.
That's my whole deal. Are we
Mhm.
getting like the crew together to do something here, or
I
I hate to
we could
disrupt them.
we
They're-
could go to the church
Mhm.
and destroy it. It would at least protect my family for some time. It would take time for them to reestablish.
And there's no church here.
No, they have to
Um,
travel through the desert. So we
I
could
know.
probably attack during the night, take out
Mm.
whoever the leader is there, maybe beat the place up. I don't know if we could cave it in somehow.
Wouldn't that just make their resolve stronger, though?
I'm really good
hate
at
to be
breaking
stronger.
things.
I know you are,
Oh, I
Paisane,
know.
and I appreciate
But
that.
but yeah,
Hmm.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Taking her necklace, I mean, it gives us answers, but you word vomited. So,
Mhm.
if it's cursed, I mean, she's gonna want it back. I don't think she's just gonna ignore. I think she's gonna go get another one when she wakes up. If she,
Mhm. If there is a way. She did say she got that, what, the mark?
I know.
Or something?
I know.
so it's not really a long-term fix.
No.
Mm.
So either
Why don't
okay, why don't we? We need to talk to the others, I think, and get their opinion. Get Peria and Violet's opinion.
Yes.
We could. Maybe we can check and see if this is like. Would this be something that like would wear off, or do we need to like just
I-
take out Dane or some shit for this? I don't know.
as
how
much.
serious, sister? How serious is the hold of the, I guess, the amulet on our mother's, I guess, not free will, but you said she's going to panic when she
Well,
doesn't have it.
She's going to be unhappy. But
Do you think that she'll ever believe the truth if we tell her about the cult? Or you tell her, because she isn't gonna believe me.
she might believe me.
Mhm.
But I warned her about it.
Yeah, we did.
I sent her a message, and
You did.
she still bought into it.
Mira, you also sent a message to Quibble, your
Yeah.
very, very, very smart professor who also fell victim to it, you remember? As the last message he sent back was he hates those fucking Calciphilian bastards, hates them to hell, hates them, hates them, hates them. Seems that no matter what some people do, this cult, as cults do, might have ways.
I think we need to beat up the church.
It's
Now that
for
you say
all
that.
we know, they could have charmed or dominated her with magic to get her to wear it. And then from there, that's all they need.
So it's like, yeah, like the first time's free kind of situation. They forced it on her first time, then she just started enjoying it or wanting it or something. So okay. Because we have a timeline. We've got 9 days, 8 days now till the ship's ready, and then 7 days to the ball. So we don't have all the time in the world.
No.
Let's say we go and we break a church. Sounds fun. Break some cultist skulls. I'm all for that.
Mhm.
How long does that really buy us time? Because
If we burn the whole place down,
It
I
is
guess
stone, not wood, I think.
oh,
hard to say.
I thought it.
I don't remember. The map
Maybe we
makes
could
it look
talk
like
to that-
stone.
Maybe we could talk to that Ambrose guy, girl, them. I don't know what they are. That Naren brought us with. Maybe they'd be willing to help. They're the
Maybe.
druid of this area.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Hmm.
Or we come back later with the whole crew. Maybe we figure out how to cut this. I mean, maybe there's one of those fucking weird Exarch things behind this whole thing. I don't know.
I
Because if this church isn't like their headquarters, we're just delaying.
I agree. We are just delaying.
Rather delay than not do anything, though.
Yeah.
Especially because
I
we don't know when
understand.
we're
No,
gonna be back.
I know. I get that. Well, we could. I mean, once the ship's ready, we could come right back here. Be the first thing we do once the ship's ready.
Well, at least for Mother and the necklace, it depends on. They meet once a week. When is
Yeah,
the next time?
That's a good
I don't know.
question.
We would have to do it before then. Before they could give her another one.
Maybe we can ask Lunan or
Talun.
Talun. Sorry, I don't know. I think Lunan.
Their names are similar, actually, weirdly,
Talun.
in a weird way. Talun, Lunan.
Talun and
Weird way.
Tavral.
Yes.
We can ask them when they go. Or
Let's-
when she goes.
Mother is in trance. Let's go talk to Tav. I'm not going to mention I stole this from Mother.
No.
You
Maybe
guys.
he should know though. Maybe
We'll
he
see
should
how the
know.
conversation goes.
Okay. So you guys sneak back out. You're not even having to sneak at this point. You're just leaving your room in the middle of the night. Head down to the front desk, where you see Tavmaral is sipping his brown hot morning potion, and
potions.
is preparing himself for the day. He's like, oh, is everything okay? Do you need Sorry. What time is it?
It is really early,
Yeah.
I think.
I thought maybe I fell asleep and it was already. Sorry. I feel like my rests aren't really restful anymore for some reason.
No.
What can I help with?
Well, we're concerned about Mom.
Join the club. Yes. I understand. It's concerning.
How often do they force you to go to those?
The sermons.
Yes.
Once a week.
Is it a specific day?
Yes. Everybody has a different day assigned to them. Someone from the church comes over and basically gives you a schedule. You know. I think they do it by district. We all here have the same day. We go, and I'm gonna roll a d6.
Yay!
This is how many days until the next day. So it's
Mhm.
every 7 days. If I roll a 6, they just went yesterday. If I roll a 1, they're going tomorrow.
Yeah.
Come on, one. Damn
6.
We have time. That's good.
it. I mean, we
So
have time, but
they just
get
went
done now.
yesterday. So
Okay.
they have pretty much the rest of the week until the next one. So
Right.
did they say anything specific other than their usual hatred?
specific
Anything-
how?
Did they put any names out there, or?
The usual King Tark, Calcifel, foreigners who dare to take our work, take our homes, things like that. It's
everybody's
weird because Calcifel
fun.
wasn't even foreign before. Calcifel is
Right.
we were Calcifel before Dane.
Mhm.
It's so strange, all of it. Why are you asking?
I mean, Mother's never gone to religious stuff before. We just were concerned that it wasn't a good place for her.
I agree, it's not a good place for any of us.
We know that this church is bad.
I mean,
Agreed.
The name.
Paizin's like, no, we know it's bad. Okay, listen, I don't pretend to understand all of the things you three and your friends do. But the last time you were here, someone teleported into this barrage and summoned monsters from some other dimension, and there was a lot of things going on. So I get that you all have something going on far beyond the day-to-day here in the Oasis. If there's something you think you can do to help Ellie, please. It feels weird to ask anything of you, especially, Medea. But please. I'm begging you. She's not herself, and I know even when she is herself, she can be abrasive, but she has a kind side that I haven't seen in weeks. And I have to believe, that it is this new influence over her.
And the necklace that she's wearing.
Perhaps.
No. Is.
Okay.
I'm
trusting you.
It is. Mom is going to be very upset in the morning. Make sure she does not try to run out and go anywhere. Does not try to go back to the church before her day.
Okay.
Or
I will.
go anywhere to get certain necklace.
Okay. I will try my best to keep her here. You know how she is, but I will. If there's a chance that whatever you're going to do is going to return her to normal, I will stand against the raging storm that is your mother.
I think
I
the
know that's
storm will
asking
be
a lot.
bad, but
Asking a lot.
if she is... I don't
Yes.
trust anything, so I'm just gonna send a message.
Okay.
If she is separated from the cursed necklace, she should be fine in a few days.
Mira, give me an Arcana check.
Oh, let's hope it's good. That's good.
You're not so
Pretty good.
sure that you're right, but you're
Oh.
hopeful. Curses are not usually broken so easily just by taking it off, especially when someone's worn it for so long.
We need to dispel or a...
May take longer than a few days, and you might have to make sure that if she, during those days, she does not get any more cursed or any more attachment to a necklace.
Wait.
Whether or not you send that message to keep Tav pacified is up to you.
Oh
But
my god.
you do feel like you know it would take more. But Medea, what have you discovered while this is happening?
Okay. Paizen, can I borrow your necklace that I gave you?
Yeah, of course. You made it. It's to you.
I put greater restoration on that.
You did.
Remember?
You did.
Would that do anything? Possibly. I'm gonna ask my sister.
I think what you're looking for is the remove curse spell. I don't know if greater restoration...
Well, it's one curse. Okay. Greater restoration.
Or
You...
yes, Becky. Yes. You can remove one curse,
It's just for one
including
curse.
the target's attunement to a cursed magic item with greater restoration. Yeah. Greater restoration can remove
I'm
a
gonna
curse
probably-
and
because-
the attunement to that item.
Because Medea isn't really versed in like magic-y stuff, she's gonna ask her sister, be like, I gave this to Paizen in case he needed it. I'm sorry, Paizen, but I think
No.
my
If this could
mother
help,
might need
please.
it more.
Do you want
I'll
a separate arcana
magic it
or
later.
roll off that past arcana?
I'll keep off that past. So remove curse is a 3rd level spell. Greater
Mhm.
restoration is a 5th.
Oh, that's
Greater
why I can also do
Restoration
it.
As its lists in its effects, you imbue a creature you touch with positive energy and do a debilitating effect. You remove one of the following: 1 effect that charms or petrifies, 1 curse, including the attunement to a cursed magic item, and various other things. Yeah, no, that would work.
I was like, wait a minute. I think I have something for this because I remember giving Pythane that it had greater restoration on it.
So, okay, so we can just remove the curse, then she'll be okay then, right?
I mean, if she gets another one, probably not.
So are
But-
we still going with plan church?
I mean, I'd still like to beat it up.
I think so.
Okay.
Can we trust Tav to remove the curse? Or should we do it?
I think... I mean, Tav... I don't really know him, but he seems like a good guy.
I mean, he is.
I'm also right here. What's going on?
Oh. We kind of need her to wear that.
Mom is cursed.
I-
This necklace can cast a spell to remove it.
How does it work? Does it when wearing the necklace?
Probably, Becky.
I actually don't know. I don't know how we worded that.
You can just sort of cast it once from you don't have to be. It's not like an attunement or anything. So someone could be wearing it and cast it on someone else. So Tav could wear it and then use greater restoration on her. Give it to me. I'll take care of it. And you 3 do whatever you need to get done.
Giving you this.
I'm going to try not to read into it too much, whatever this is. Oh, right, because it came from you. That must be weird. Why would that be weird? You're her stepfather. This is totally normal. Yes. Yes, it is. Everything about this is very normal.
Yes.
You 3, go do whatever it is you need to do. I will handle your mother.
Thank you.
And that is where we will pick up
Yep.
next session. As I didn't account for
Ugh.
church destruction in my itinerary.
Neither
for
did I
the
before the
King's Gap.
session.
So,
Nope.
cool.
Yeah.
That will be next session. Will be, I guess, part 1, property damage. Part 2, Violet training arc.
And
And then maybe next time
maybe
we
we'll
might speed through some of the days.
Yeah.
God, I really hope this isn't like literally 10 sessions of downtime.
It shouldn't be.
I wasn't expecting anything, but then when this
No.
came up, I'm like, I have to.
Yeah.
I understand.
contend with
The way
this.
I logicked it in my head was they're going to be like, we have to come back and do this later because it's like the root of the problem is Dane. But I understand wanting
Family.
to. Yeah, it's family. You want to do what you can while you're here. Totally get it. I should have anticipated this. I don't know why I didn't.
We took up
felt
the
bad
whole
for
session anyways,
Tallude.
so it's all good.
Ugh.
It's all good.
Yeah.
And I don't.
Alright, well-
I don't. Let me just ask before. I don't think Perry. I think Peria and Violet both were like, yeah, let's fucking do it. Does that sound?
Well, before, if they hadn't just invited him to come, they kind of have plans now.
And also, like, you want to destroy a church that has been sanctioned by the president as a mandatory thing to go to. Yes, it's going to have absolutely zero repercussions, I'm sure.
About it later.
We'll
Yeah,
talk about it.
We'll talk about it next session. I feel like this will be a rare case of just the twins and NPCs. I feel like if they do it, I think I could be wrong unless you can smooth talk the others into it.
I mean,
I
I'm
think
okay.
it's just you guys.
I'm okay with that because Peria and Violet, they need some time with their mama. They need some quality, good, wholesome time.
I can whip up a character sheet for Talune if you bring her along too. She's the commander of the Sun Dunes. She can be a 11th level fighter or something.
The problem is I wouldn't want to bring her because of Merc.
Well, you don't have confirmation as Merc yet necessarily.
No,
potential
of Merc.
Yeah. You just know that they're cultists.
Yeah.
But you do know they were sent by the Order, so it's
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah.
Alrighty, well,
Mike.
you're welcome.
Alright.
Thank you so much for this Days of Our Lives special.
Yeah.
Days of Our Lives special.
Alright.
We're not
They
playing
still
next
haven't
week.
figured it out.
We're not playing next week, so
Alright.
we'll plan for the 17th.
Cool.
Alright.
Bye.
Bye.
Alright,
Bye.
Bye,
bye.
everybody.
Alright. Well, we are going to not send the raid to Mira, because Mira is having a horrible, no good time playing Dead by Daylight, and trying to complete her thing, and it's really irritating because killers are fucking trash. So in that case, we will raid. We will, who will we? No, we will just, yeah. We will just raid Nyol Kaminari. We will go ahead and send the raid to Nyol instead. So, take care. Thanks for coming out, everybody. Appreciate it as always. I'll be posting my schedule either tonight or tomorrow. Probably maybe stream tomorrow after Real D&D. I'm not sure yet, but I'll discuss who all's free and figure that out and post it soon. So have a good night. Bye.